Oh, yeah, I go down there.
For this. You were the one that did this. I was always crawling on the floor.
Oh, yeah, I go down there.
Hi, we're going to convene the regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. Meeting is now called to order. It is 6:40 p.m. Councilmember Morales, could you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Attorney, is there any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Before we go to public input, I just want to read a quick scripture. I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so that the business of the city can be conducted. While the council is more than willing to listen to comments from the public, it must be done at the appropriate time and should be done up at the podium with the microphone so that your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of the meeting. There cannot be interruptions when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you, and if behavior continues, you might be asked to leave the chambers. If there is too much disruption from members of the audience, depending on severity, it may be necessary to call a recess, clear chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I'd like to ask for your courtesy and cooperation in this regard, so it won't be necessary to take any of these steps. Thank you. So this is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. And if you're joining via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items that are not on the agenda. City clerk, do you have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we currently have four public comments. The first one is Emmanuel Bueno, followed by Selena Stoddard.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leno, also Hollister, California. Greetings, Ms. Mayor and council members. My name is Emmanuel Bueno, representing Bullock Boxing. First, I would like to thank those who continue to support us behind the scene and to those who have helped us in our times of financial struggles. In 2022, in the time of our new gym construction, it was the resources provided by you all who voted in favor of granting us a donation to help build our gym, as well as career champions. As I speak currently, there are new champions being shaped. Our coach does not know we are here. We are here to try, here to help him. Mitchell Lopez, who requires no introduction, has served the community for 30 plus years, shaping productive citizens within and out of this community. We have a boxing show on July 13th here in Hollister. I have personally seen firsthand the stress that has carried on into this man's arms. I have gone business to business looking for sponsors, as well as selling positional ads for a pamphlet that we are giving to audience members as they come into the show. The expenses of the mats and gym at the high school are just a sort of the expenses that are overwhelming Mr. Lopez. We are here asking for help for a man who has been a father figure to many in the past, who is now to this generation of fighters, when a grandfather figure. Besides me are just a few of the champions to come out of our gym. Our coach has done a lot for us, and now we are here trying to help him. We hope he can help us and make it just a little easier for our program as well as our coach. Thank you for hearing our words. We thank the mayor and the council for your time.
The next public speaker is Selena Stotler, followed by Susan Hilden.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and council. My name is Selena Stotler. I am your integrated waste manager. We have a few items on the agenda today, but while I am here, I thought I would make a quick public comment regarding the upcoming event. This Saturday, February 10th, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., we are operating a designated pickup site for litter cleanup supplies to the community. Staff will be stationed at 2301 Technology Parkway in Hollister, and we will be offering trash grabbers, gloves, trash bags, and vests to the community for day use. We encourage attendees to clean up a safe location of their choice, such as a city park or neighborhood. These supplies are actually offered via renting free of charge all year round. So this is a means to promote that ongoing program as well. We would like to invite you and the greater community to this event and further help beautify San Diego County. I printed a flyer, so I'll provide this to the clerk and help this be distributed to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Susan Hilden, followed by Victor Gomez.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and staff and city council. My name is Susan Hilden. I stand here before you tonight to probably directly with Chief Rayner, so because of the fact that he is over the animal control services. We currently have a contract that is, I believe, in the works. I think it's done, maybe not signed, maybe not completed yet, but it is, I believe, approved for the SNP bus services. And this is strictly speaking for feral population. We have an extreme need for domestic animals due for low cost spay and neuter, but right now I'm speaking about ferals on behalf of feral safety, one of our board member. We have a current contract for 2024 that was submitted for $4,000, which includes all vaccinations for these cats, 40 cats, 12 clinics, for a total of $45,000. I understand, Chief, that the contract was pushed back to last year's pricing of $37.50. Last year's pricing of $37.50 included the vaccinations that were standard, rabies, FEOCT. If that's the case, I'm here tonight to discuss with all of you the implications of 40 cats being spayed and neutered in this community with hardwood trappers and us missing a rabies vaccination, which in the own words of your animal control officers is required in this county. So I did the calculations from 2023 to 2024. Melanie Scherer, who is the founder and originator of SNP, from 2023 at $37.50 to 2024 at $4,000 is a 6.7% increase. That is a one-man operating theater. It comes in sometimes two vets, full technical staff,
Spays and neuters 40 ferals and gives them their vaccinations. $4,000. So right now, we are without vaccinations when this contract starts. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable by terms of your own Hollister Animal Care Services. It is unacceptable. Rabies is a disease that can be spread to humans, and this is the most vulnerable population of animals you can possibly think of. Not by any fault of their own, it's by the fault of everybody, including me. It's our fault that these animals are out of control, being bred, not spayed, let to roam free. I want to bring to your attention to, if I may, just by virtue of looking at increases, we're all being hit with inflation. It's across the board. There's nobody not affected. So. Thank you.
Thank you.
What do we have here? 2 minutes?
3 minutes.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Victor Gomez.
Honorable Mayor Casey, members of the council, this is Victor Gomez. I'm here speaking on behalf of a new coalition of cannabis operators, the San Benito Cannabis Alliance and its members. First, we're happy to see more renewals on tonight's consent agenda. Happy to see these operators continue to operate in Hollister. But the reason I'm here speaking with you is the Cannabis Alliance was formed to advocate for sound policies at the local level and to advocate for a strong legal cannabis market. A few of our members that are currently legally licensed operators in the city are very concerned about the city's cannabis program and the ordinance. And we would like to request a partnership with the city in the form of either a council ad hoc committee that includes 2 council members, staff, and the alliance, or to start maybe a staff and alliance-based committee that can bring to you some recommended changes to the cannabis program that the city council could consider. As you're aware, the cannabis black market is thriving and undercutting legal operations like those members of this alliance. Even with the potential or threat of fentanyl tainted cannabis, that is still happening. San Benito Cannabis Alliance members pay nearly $1 million to the city in cannabis taxes, to the general fund, and much more to the state of California. Yet we continue to struggle and to stay afloat. Recently, 2 retailers in the city of San Jose closed their doors because of the burdens of the legal on the legal market. We would like you, just like you, we want to see a thriving legal market that works for operators, government, and consumers, but we can't do that without you. So I hope you consider my request here today, and I certainly look forward to working with you.
The next public speaker is Natalie Day.
Members of the City Council, Chief Reynoso. My name is Natalie Day. I've been a feral cat advocate for approximately 7 years. In those years, I've participated in trapping, carrying, and fixing nearly 3,000 feral cats in this community. Like all of you, I've seen the transition of our sleepy town to one of hustle and bustle most hours of the day. The increase in population has resulted in significantly more animals in San Benito County. In response, the Hollister Animal Care Services cut services, no longer intaking cats, friendly or feral, unless they're injured or ill, and only between the hours of 10 and 12:30 and 1:30 and 5, because going after hours about an injured cat, you generally don't get any response. In the meantime, the live release percentage has increased dramatically. By not intaking the most vulnerable population, feral and community cats, the live release numbers are great. Catch and kill doesn't work, even ignoring them doesn't work, and it's also extremely inhumane. Feral cats are not some invasive species that must be eradicated. If anyone has ever had an unfixed cat, they have contributed to this problem, and I have yet to talk to anybody who's denied capability in this. We have all contributed at one time or another with an unfixed animal. My love for ferals is well known, but you don't have to love or even like feral cats to support their right to be on the planet. When we trap, it's a one-shot deal. Everything that can be done to improve the lives of these animals must be taken at that time, including vaccines. I was notified that vaccines are not included in the new STIP contract, and historically, the city has always provided those. The FBRCP vaccine protects these cats from dying painful and horrible deaths and counters all the previous work we've done. The R stands for rhinotracheitis, a disease of the upper respiratory system causing conjunctivitis and nasal discharge. Conjunctivitis is responsible for about 98% of all the eye removals we do. And if left unchecked, these cats go blind or simply starve to death because when they can't smell, they won't eat. The C stands for the calicivirus, which is also causes GI symptoms, but it also causes ulcers in the mouth and in the throat, again, so they don't eat. It also causes painful swelling in their joints and making it hard for them to move, and they don't move around or go get food. The symptoms can persist up to 6 weeks, which is really. The P stands for panleukopenia, which is the cat equivalent of parvo. Parvo is 91% fatal in unvaccinated dogs, and it is the same for cats. A gastrointestinal nightmare causing abdominal pain, vomiting, bloody diarrhea, and will eventually lead to death. There is no cure, but vaccinating prevents contracting it. It takes about 4 painful days of suffering for a 2-month-old kitten to die, because it just happens to me in my garage. That's an extremely long time to be in pain, and had I known what she had, I would have put her down much sooner. I'm convinced that the moral and ethical treatment of our community's animals is not a priority for the Hollister Animal Shelter. How can you call yourself animal care services when you don't care what happens to these cats? Is it just dogs that deserve to be protected from these viruses? I get that life isn't fair, but it needs to be for these neglected animals. I urge the council to put pressure on Reynoso, and if that doesn't help, I implore you to take the necessary funds from the general fund and complete the contract as it has always been.
The next public speaker is Stacy McGrady.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I live in the county area where we also have plenty of feral cats and litters of dogs that are being dumped on a regular basis. So I just want to say that I really support Susan Paulson and Melanie Scherer and the SNP bus. Prevention is clearly much cheaper than treatment. And if you might refer to the 2022-2023 civil grand jury reports, during which time I was the foreperson, we expressed our concerns regarding the animal shelter's refusal to accept feral cats, which is an ongoing concern. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Have a wonderful evening.
Those are all the public speakers we have.
Let's move on to the consent agenda. Do any members of the council have any brief questions or comments on any items in consent? Good question.
Just on the 3, I just like go back to make comments on that.
Which item was that?
Review.
3?
But
Okay. Any councilman wants to do that? A quick question.
Wanted to comment on 5 and 6.
On which? So you want to pull them or you just have a quick question? Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right, so if I could get a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the section of items 3, 5, and 6.
So moved.
And Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Sorry. Okay, all those in favor? Yes.
City Clerk, through the mayor, can we reflect that Councilman Resendez is not present at this time for this vote?
Yes, I've included that in the minutes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, motion carries 4-0. All right, so let's go to item A3, ratify appointments to fill airport advisory commission vacancies.
I would just like to say that, you know, it's good to see that all the airport commission seats are filled. I look forward to the new director and great things to happen. And congratulations on this.
Any other comments? Like, do we need to review them or just go ahead and take the vote? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the appointments?
So moved.
All right, all those in favor?
Yes.
Let's move on to item 5. It's resolution number 2024-5, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister renewing a regulatory permit for Hollister Holistics to operate a cannabis cultivation facility at 1802 Shelton Road.
So I'm gonna do 5 and 6 together because the comments are the same for both.
Okay.
So I will be asking, in my routine report, to bring back the policy. I'm very concerned about the policy, the way that it's written, the way that it, pretty much forces city council to just approve, the operations of cannabis. And so I will be asking for later on for, a deeper dive that includes, bringing back the policy. And I will, there'll be plenty of time, so not very happy in which, you know, we are just provided, not a lot of information, but the policy is not written in a way that we can actually do a deep dive analysis. So those were my comments about that. Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would mirror the Vice Mayor's comments as well. I'm sorry, the former Vice Mayor's comments, Councilmember Morales' comments, and it did come up in public comment about a cannabis ad hoc committee. I would absolutely support that and recommend that Councilmember Morales and myself be appointed to that to address the labor issues that seem to be coming up in the system. Thank you, Mayor.
So, do you have any further? I don't know if we need a report then. I think it's just more concern. So let's take the first item 5. Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, and for item 6, which is the resolution of City Council, City Halls for renewing the regulatory permit for fault line manufacturing cooperative cannabis manufacturing facility at 1785 San Felipe Road. So can I get a motion to approve that? So. All those in favor? Yes. Okay. Moving on. Turning to our public hearing. We're going to do ordinance number 1244, an ordinance of the city of Hollister, amending chapter 8.12 of the municipal code to update non-exclusive franchise agreements for the collection of solid waste to comply with SB 1383. Public Works and staff report.
Evening, Mayor, council members, William Blythe, Public Works Director. The item here before you tonight is a proposed ordinance to update Title 8, Chapter 8.12, Sections 8.12.010 and 0.015 to comply with SB 1383 requirements. The recent change in the state law requires certain language and provisions in the Hollister Municipal Code, Chapter 8.12. These changes will align Hollister Municipal Code with San Benito County Code and Cal Recycle requirements for SB 1383. The proposed changes below are a change to one definition in section 8.12.010 and changes to section 8.12.1015 to align with the memorandum of understanding between the city of Hollister and San Benito County and Cal Recycle requirements. And the MOU is an item later in the agenda. So basically what we're trying to do is align ourselves with San Benito County so that we have an agreement and this pertains to the roll-off containers that you see. Instead of granting non-exclusive franchise agreements, it's going to be a non-exclusive permit process so that the county can issue permits for haulers to do the roll-off containers, and the city can also issue roll-off permits. I'm here for any questions.
Do you have any questions from council? Any questions? Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing now on this item. City clerk, do you have public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Then I'm going to close the public hearing. So let's open this for any council deliberation or discussion. So we have anything they'd like to Discuss? No? Can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion, thanks. All right, moving on to ordinance number 1245, an ordinance of the city of Hollister, amending the city of Hollister Municipal Code section 2.04.180, manner of addressing city council, time limit of chapter 2.04, city council of title 2, administration and personnel. City clerk, could you have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor Casey, this is just an update to our Hollister Municipal Code to reflect practices that we're already doing and to codify it in municipal code. The first of which, if there is a member of the public speaking, that is their comments are being translated by an actual person here, then we double that time. So it has that. It also allows that the public comments are up to 3 minutes. So when we do have multiple speakers, quite a few, we are able to lower that number. And so it just puts that into the code. And that's the only changes.
Okay, do we have any questions from the council? Okay, do we have any public comment? No, I guess we have to open public, excuse me. We have the public comment.
There are no public speakers for this item.
Okay, then let's close that public hearing. And do we have any discussion or deliberation on this item? No? All right, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved to adopt. I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Yes. Yeah.
Motion carries 5-0. All right, and my last ordinance, number 1246, an ordinance of the city of Hollister, amending city of Hollister municipal code section 2.08.090, removal of office of chapter 2.08, city manager, of title 2, administration and personnel. City clerk, can I have a staff report?
I'll take this one. Okay, so this one amends the municipal code to provide for 4/5 supermajority vote of the council to terminate the city manager without cause.
All right, do we have any questions from council?
Yeah, and it does comply with this it's the same as what's represented in this contract. It's just being revised to reflect those.
Do you have any questions? No? All right, then I'm going to open public hearing on this item. Do you have any public comment?
Mayor Casey did no public comments for this item.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing then. Do we have any further discussion or deliberation? No? Can I get a motion then?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Aye. All right, motion carries 4-1. We're going to move on to council business, and there's been a request to move item 6 to the beginning of our council business. So item 6 is a resolution of the city council of the city of Hollister approving the memorandum of understanding with San Benito County for the establishment and administration of a non-exclusive permit system for the collection and diversion of solid waste. If it works, can we have a staff report?
So I'll go ahead and set this up to save William a walk across the room. So the item that William just recently presented a few minutes ago, this is the MOU that would support that action. So we brought this second, assuming that if it were passed, we would have this opportunity to bring the MOU forward. Have council given different direction, and we would hold this item. So I've asked Selena with integrated waste to provide an update on this and kind of walk it through and answer any questions you may have. So with that, Selena.
Thank you so much. Good evening again. Joining me today, I have Catherine Ramirez, our staff analyst, and Rose Radford, our solid waste consultant with R3 Consulting. For today's discussion, separate from the public hearing that we had today, but in relation to, we are going to be sharing a little bit about the non-exclusive hauling permit system that we're proposing, a little bit about the current agreement system we have. And this is all in relation to solid waste collection in order to assist the Integrated Waste Management Regional Agency with mandatory state reporting requirements through a permit system. Before we take a dive into this permit system, we recognize there's likely a need for some background on integrated waste because I think it's been over a year since we last presented to the council. So who is Integrated Waste? We are a division within the County of San Diego's Resource Management Agency, and we're furthermore a regional agency under the 1995 Joint Powers Agreement between the cities of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and the County of San Diego. This agency, with county as lead, was formed as part of a unified effort to reduce the amount of solid waste disposed in permitted disposal facilities, and to comply with California's Integrated Waste Management Act, AB 939. In 2006, the regional agency members entered into a cost-sharing agreement to establish cost sharing to fund the administration of integrated waste, which is based on population size. And this agreement further established the Integrated Waste Local Task Force, which acts as an advisory committee reviewing quarterly expenditures, annual budget. And Councilmember Rick Perez is the delegate to this committee, and Councilmember Dolores Morales is the alternate. And with that background history, I'm going to now pass it off up to Catherine. Thank you.
Good evening, council and mayor. The code amendments that you just adopted do not impact the exclusive contract with that the policy holds with the cities of Hollister, San Bautista, and the county of San Benito. Instead, the NEPA, which is non-exclusive franchise agreement, is a competitive program that grants haulers the non-exclusive right to collect solid waste in temporary roll-off debris box service within the city limits. By way of illustration, let's say the recent storms caused a resident damage on their property, which caused significant debris in need of disposal. This resident would likely utilize a roll-off delivered by an approved hauler to their property for placement of the material damaged by the storm, as this would not fit in their regular recology bins used for weekly collection service. The residents have their choice of haulers from our approved hauler list administered by IWM. All approved haulers have agreements with the county, and these agreements require the haulers to pay the city a franchise fee based on total gross revenue of service provided, and Hollister's fee is 5%. The current NEPA process between the county and cities to monitor hauler solid waste collection has been in effect for several decades without revision. Our goal with these co-revisions and MOU between the regional agency members is to formalize our relationship and to streamline the overall process for staff and for the haulers. These revisions will further our compliance with AB 939 and newer SB 1383 regulations and reporting requirements. I'm going to skip over this unless anybody has any questions at the end. And then who needs NEPA? Any solid waste hauler that collects solid waste, recyclables, organic materials, and or construction and demolition materials in San Diego County, Hollister, and San Bautista need to have the NEPA. As mentioned, there are current monthly reporting requirements and payments that need to be made from the haulers. And IWM reviews the monthly reports and administers applicable payments to the cities. Currently, we do have a rule exemption for SB 1383, and it's slated to expire in December of 2026. The proposed permit language anticipates these changes, and there are also existing reporting requirements outside of SB 1383 that are required now for all 3 jurisdictions, and through this permit system, we will be better equipped to report on behalf of all of the agencies. I'm going to hand this off to Liz.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm Liz Radford with RFP Consulting, and I'm the consultant for IWM and Joint Powers Authority. So again, tonight you're just looking at the memorandum of understanding between you and the county, authorizing the county to administer this new permit system. And as Catherine mentioned, this is a formalization of the existing process, and again, affects only the debris boxes that are distributed within the jurisdiction. what we are looking at is a significant overhaul on the existing system and replacing that with a more modern permit that facilitates compliance with the state's requirements, particularly in the unincorporated county, including standardization of the containers themselves and improving the reporting that is provided by the haulers, which IWM needs to meet the state's reporting requirements. And I think with that, I'm going to hand that back to Selena.
Almost wrapped up. My apologies.
The effort to move away from an agreement and towards a permitting process has been evolving since the beginning of 2022 to the present. During this period, we have updated the local task force at 5 of their meetings through presentations and have sought their input and direction. We recently sat down with your city manager and legal counsel to get their input on the MOU, code revisions, and the draft permit. In December, we sent a letter and an email to all approved haulers of the anticipated changes and invited them to attend the December 14th LTF meeting to learn more about the changes and also for them to have an opportunity to provide public comment. At the December meeting, the LTF provided direction to staff to move forward with the recommendation to the cities and county to bring forward the MOU and the ordinance changes. In February, we sent out another letter to haulers and invited them to this city council meeting so that they may have an opportunity to hear what we have brought before you this evening and to provide public comment. And so with the next steps that we have is tonight, this meeting, and then we hope to come back on February 20th for the second public hearing. And then we will be providing haulers in March with workshops and making sure that we sit down with them until they understand this whole process so that it could be successful for them. And we are hoping that the new hauling permit will go into effect on July 1st of 2024. I'm so good to see you.
And that wraps up our presentation. We are recommending that the council adopt the memorandum of understanding between the Integrated Waste Management Regional Agency members for the establishment of the monitoring system. And thank you for the consideration. Happy to take any questions as well.
Do you have any questions from council? Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So you mentioned in your presentation that at least on one occasion, you reached out to the haulers to come and meet with you as staff to discuss this process. But what you didn't say is how many actually showed up.
None. We've received one call from RJR Recycling, a local hauler here in town, about inquiries related to these changes. And most haulers are, if not all, are familiar with this because this is state required.
Right, that was going to be my next question. And so I just want to make sure that everybody recognizes good faith effort has been made to reach out. But again, this isn't breaking news. This is something probably many other counties are already doing. And if they're doing work in Santa Clara County, Monterey County, they're probably familiar with it, I presume.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Do you have any public comment?
Mayor Keys, we have no public comments for you, so.
Is there any further discussion or deliberation? No. Can I get a motion to approve this item?
So
Second. All those in favor?
yes.
Yes. All right, motion carries 5-0. So we're gonna go back to item 1. A resolution number 2024-13. It's resolution of City Council of the City of Hollister naming a park bench at the Jerry Gay Park as Sandy Gay dedicated 2024.
Yes, before you begin, Paul, if I could ask on item C2, we do have a few photos that are part of the packet. If we could throw those up, I'm sure team members would be helpful in parts for discussion tonight.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and Council. The City Council of the City of Hollister, through resolution number 2021-106, adopted on June 7th, 2021, established a policy for naming and renaming the city parks, recreation facilities, and special features that align with our community's interests and enhance the values and heritage of Hollister. During a Parks and Recreation Commission meeting on November 28th, 2023, Commissioners unanimously recommended naming a park bench at the Jerry Gave Dog Park as a Sandy Day dedicated 2024. Public notice was issued at the park, on social media, and at the Pauline Valdivia Memorial Center, Community Center, to inform residents about the proposed bench name. And this policy ensures no financial impact on the city, as all costs related to the signage installation and replacement will be covered by the sponsoring individual. Staff does recommend naming a park bench at the Jerry Gave Park as a Sandy Day dedicated 2024. Any questions?
Do you have any questions? Do you have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments inside.
So is there any further discussion or discussion? No? Then can I get a motion to approve it? Second. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yeah, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 2. Receive a presentation on the Dunn Park tennis and pickleball courts and provide staff with possible direction.
Thank you. Good evening again. This is an informational report to the City Council as it relates to our Dunn Park tennis and pickleball courts. The Dunn Park court resurfacing project initially was set to start this early February, but I don't think it would have due to the rain. But it is currently on hold as our City Council has directed staff to explore additional options suggested by the public during multiple meetings. The contractor has warned of possible rescheduling to May due to commitments to other clients if a prompt decision is not made. Before you, there are 3 proposals that were presented. Option 1 is up, and that was the original proposal where there was a cost of $35,880 to the city to resurface 3 pickleball courts, and we would remain having our 2 tennis courts that exist right there. That project for a 5-year span would be at $47,880.
If I could jump in, so resurfacing of the whole, all of the tennis courts.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. The second option is the resurfacing and the patching of all the courts. This multiple, do I do that? Sorry, it's all. Oh, that's okay. Thank you. This is the resurfacing and patching of all the courts. 2, the striping of the 4 new pickleball courts in the center court. And that would be installation of the nets and posts. And that total project for the resurfacing and the 4 pickleball courts would be $59,173. And then the total project cost would be $72,873 for a 5-year span. Then we have option 3. And this is the resurfacing of all the courts. The striping of 7 pickleball courts, which has 1 tennis court. The total cost is at $59,830 with a total 5-year span of $75,030. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the Parks and Recreation Department provided a USDA supported tennis program for around 100 of our youth. This was a free program to them. And I just want to let our council know that when we develop the Fire Station 2 park, there are 4 pickleball courts that are part of that grant and that we will build out there. Staff is seeking direction from the council regarding the Dunn Park court project.
Do we have questions? Councilman Resendez?
Thank you, Tina. I think you could answer my questions. Number one was gonna be, are we building any other pickleball courts? And you said that we are at the firehouse. And then is there any other pickleball courts that are available for the community access here? That you know of?
Not currently. I know that the high school is working on creating some options as well.
Okay, and then just remind me, because my memory is a little foggy. We already heard this item and we selected a option, right? Which one was it?
Originally, we selected the option number 1. And then that evening, the community came forward and said we have another option. We'd like to add the 4th court on the left, well, my left-hand side, so the west side of the park. I mean, the courts, I'm sorry. They wanted to put a 4th pickleball court in there. And that was, we received that quote, and that quote was the same as option number 2, the 59,170.
So which option did we settle on?
The first one is what it was originally approved.
So I can jump in a little bit. So we had brought an item forward. We had received basically direction. We had some outreach from the community that came in. We were given direction to look at the second option. As we were doing that, before the second option came back to council, we came back and there was a request for, so it went from 3, which was original, to 4, then 7, which would then, if that final option that we were asked to explore were to be approved, then you would only have one functioning tennis court at Dunn Park. You would have, in the place of the 2 original other courts, you would have a court that has 3 pickleball courts and a court and one of the courts that has 4 for a total of 7. The pickleball community did come in. They made quite a few public comments. I think that's what led council to give us direction. If there was the desire to give direction for option 3, it is staff's recommendation to at least give the tennis community the opportunity to opine. That wasn't a formal process. They just came in, made some comments, and we got, asked to do some further exploration. So I would think that if we were to go on the 3rd option, that would now remove one of the tennis courts, we would probably seek direction to at least engage the tennis community.
And then if I heard your presentation correct, thank you, Mr. City Manager. We might be pushing this document further because of, what was the last one behind that? I'm sorry.
Our contractor has mentioned that if a decision, isn't made, then we would have to push this back to May, just because they have other projects that they have to work.
And then we would essentially lose our place on that. Is that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Councilman Browns?
Thank you, Brent.
So, thank you. The next round of pickleball courts, is that going to be at Cedar Shoppers?
Yes.
And when is that scheduled to open?
We have timeline of November 2025.
Okay, so year and a half?
Yes.
Yeah, so a while. And so, do we know how often the tennis courts at Dunn Park have been used historically? I mean, I understand that a lot of this evolved post-COVID, but I certainly agree with the city manager about hearing from the tennis community, but on the other hand, do we even have a sense for how often they're used?
We visit the park frequently out there, and in the morning time, you'll see a lot of the pickleball players playing. But towards the afternoon and the evening time, there are the tennis community comes out and plays.
Okay, so they don't have to, it's first come, first serve.
Yes.
There's no reserving a court in advance.
Yes.
Okay. And so, is there a possibility to create some sort of agreement with the high school? My understanding is the high school's got some pretty nice tennis courts as well.
They would have to make some improvements, and I believe that's something that they're looking at. Right now, most of the courts are, before they did the upgrades, that we were under a joint use agreement with them. Since post-construction, that is not in place. but I think that there is a strong possibility of us. They would just have to, you know, like us, tweak the courts and then do a little bit of lighting and a way to get in and out, right,
Right.
that type of things.
Right, so, and then that's my final question. Thank you, city manager. It seems to me the last time the pickleball community was present to lobby this council, they also mentioned some lighting. I didn't see any lighting on any of these options. Was that factored into this or considered, or is this during the daylight hours?
We considered it and we're working on quotes at this time.
Okay,
Yeah, this is a different provider, so this is for the contractor, so we're looking at that simultaneously. I think regardless, we've got to get the lights fixed out.
right, and so, but by repairing the lights, I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, why wouldn't we? When the lights get repaired, would that have any impact on this project, or is that not gonna complicate things?
I don't think it would have an impact on the project.
Those are all my questions for now. I have thoughts that I'll share later. Thank you, Murphy.
Any other questions, Councilmember Chris?
So I guess it's more of a,
We'll do that after public comment.
but so. All comments. Rewind.
Councilmember Morales, questions?
Can you please remind me, thank you for the report, can you please remind me, where those monies coming from, is it coming from our specialized account, or?
Our park dedication fees.
Another question, not for you, is between the options. So in option one, just restriping, basically, I can pay restriping, but option two, you know, there's 4 courts there instead of 3, which would get an additional court. But why do we have to do the nets and all that additional work? Why was that included on the second option? Because that added a lot, you know, cost of pickleball nets, posts. But it wasn't on the first option. There was nothing about nets or posts. So what's the difference?
In the first option, those are existing pickleball
So they don't have
courts,
this-
and they have all the equipment. Yes.
Thank you. You have another question?
Yes.
Okay.
So I was reading on the description of reference to 1, 2, and 3. Are they all going to be resurfaced and all the cracks are going to be sealed? Because it only said it on 2.
No, it's the project first begins with resurfacing all courts, the whole court. I guess I just call it as one big, you know, courts, but yes.
Regardless of the option, we looked at surfacing the whole thing and then annual maintenance.
Thank you.
I just have one question for you. City manager, when we were talking, you mentioned something about going over a certain amount. Is that down if we go to? Option, is there something to see that?
Well, option 2 and 3, you get in that'll push us slightly over the TUPCO requirements, and so there's some additional work that we'll have to do on our end. And some soliciting additional bids.
So that might push out, not be able to do anything right now, maybe push it out to at least May, maybe longer to do the option 2 or 3.
Yes, it could potentially push it out further than this.
Do we have done any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there's no public comments for this item.
Okay, so let's bring it back to deliberation. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and just stick to what we decided in the beginning. I think it was option 1. For a number of reasons. It sounds like Cedar Chavez Park is gonna have how many pickleball courts?
4.
All of them are gonna be pickleball, so nothing for tennis players. And it sounds like the high school is considering converting some of their tennis courts into pickleball. So what I'm afraid of, I'll be quite honest with you, Tina, is that we convert all of these to pickle. We're gonna have more pickle out there, and then they get lobbied at the high school, which is not in our jurisdiction, and they're gonna have more pickle. Then where are tennis players gonna go? We have to maintain the balance here, and it seems like I'm just gonna stick with the first option for now. Get the whole thing resurfaced, get some pickleball courts there, some at Cesar Chavez, and then hopefully some at the school. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I must have not been paying attention. I did not hear that high school is gonna convert courts to pickleball courts. Did I hear that?
They're exploring that.
They're exploring it, but there's no confirmation that that's in fact gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't want to speak that solidly, but
Right.
I would strongly feel that that will be best.
Okay. We want to.
Yeah, I can't confirm, you know, what their action is. They can take something forward to their board of trustees.
Got
and
it.
get it.
So
I know that they're actively exploring.
So one of the questions I have is, once this is done, let us say that we find that we really don't have the interest in tennis, that we do in pickleball. One of the things that's nice about this particular park is it's very centrally located. This is really a signature park as I view it for the city halls. And so if we commit to the first option and we find that there's a greater need, do we have a sense for what it would take in time and money to then convert one of the remaining tennis courts to pickleball courts? And by converting one, is it equal 1-to-1 ratio, or is it 1-to-2, or how's that work?
I thought there was, no, I looking for my, it could be a possibility if that is the need. When we added the 3 pickleball courts initially, it was around a $12,000 project, but I think that, that would increase just due to inflation. So it could be done, and I would recommend that we do some sort of a survey out there to our community.
Right.
And in addition to that, work with our contractor and see what that cost would be.
So option 1, we get 3 pickleball courts, is that what I'm seeing?
Yes,
And what's, how many in option 2?
there would be 4 in the center court.
Okay, and then there'd still be 2 tennis courts?
Yes,
Okay, so I'm leaning towards 2 because more is better, but it's not necessarily 7. And I would like to know, it would be really nice. I mean, I hear that pickleball is a new thing and it's gonna be, heck, I just saw it on ESPN yesterday. Along with bowling and beanbag throwing. And so, I would like to explore what additional costs would be if we find that tennis isn't really being used. And again, I presume the pickleball is first come, first served.
yes.
It might be nice to have some sort of a process to reserve a court. And I guess my final thoughts would be, I absolutely love to see the lighting get fixed there, because it's gonna add to the value of the park and probably enhance safety as well. So those are my thoughts.
We're actively working on that. That's within my spending authority, and we're just getting that done.
Perfect, I love that. And so I built the 2 was for, to be my point at this point. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Gross.
When was the last time that you were in agreement with the high school or the tennis courts?
I'm gonna say 2017, 2018. And when COVID happened, it was the decision to, the city manager at the time asked that we don't have that agreement, to cancel the agreement, so we sent a letter to canceling the.
I personally like option 2. It still keeps 2 tennis courts. I live right there. I see the pickleballers in the morning, and I see the tennis ballers at night, or the evening, afternoon, and I see the combined use, and I think 2 courts of tennis and 4 courts of pickleball is appropriate. And plus, they added the ones around the city. So, it's,
So I just want to make sure I understand. So if we do go with option 2, wasn't that gonna then create delays?
We could potentially create some delays if we exceed the 60,000.
There's just some additional work that needs to be done from the business standpoint.
And we don't have any speakers on this item. I don't know how important it is. I'm not sure what was more important to our community, to have it immediately or to have delays if they have other options.
The conversations that I have with especially our pickleball community, they would want it done immediately. That's what they're asking for, just from conversations.
Thank you. So if that's the case, then I would, I'm inclined to go with option one to accommodate that meeting. Um, so I like option two. I don't like the delay and it might be, when we were first talking about this, was there a safety issue there with the forest cracks and things, or is it still fairly smooth? I just was curious about that when we were discussing it.
We've had reports of people being injured out in the
So.
hard way exists, yes.
Yeah, especially, I mean, more becoming so popular. So for that reason, I would probably go with option one, especially if the community is wanting it sooner than later. As Councilmember Burns said, I think we could revisit if it becomes that popular that we need to do more. I think we could look back at it and we can, another report or restripe another report about it. But for now, just to preserve the two tennis courts and still give them a smooth surface quickly. So I would prefer option one. Yes.
You know what, there's people that are, planting their tree strings all the way to that root. And I think it's safer either way, but to me, it makes more sense. It just makes sense to have four courts instead of three. That just makes sense. I mean, I see the use there. I don't know how often you guys are done park.
I too support the four, and clearly we're on number 3-2 there, and so it will be one. Having said that though, if we reach out to, because I'm not convinced that to be 4 versus 3 is it doesn't look like this isn't rocket science. I'm sure it's more complicated than it appears. But at the end of the day, if we've already contracted with the contractor, we're on their calendar, really it seems to be a scheduling issue. And so if they can do 4 and the same time frame, I mean, the bottom line is we're in the winter right now anyway. I seriously doubt you're going to find people out there playing pickleball today. And so again, I think what I'm hearing this council say is there's a greater concern for injury and being delayed. But really, if we're talking May and we're already in February, when were they scheduled to start this work?
The beginning of February. We were,
February.
yeah,
Right.
it was supposed to start in October. That's when we brought this item to council. But we had delays there at that time due to the cold weather. So I asked, could we be first on in 2024, and they said absolutely. So we're the first of their project, but we've kind of put it on delay right now. I called and let them know that the decision hopefully will be made today, and that I would contact him and see how we can move forward.
Right. So my question would be, why don't we ask the contractor if we opt for 4 courts? It seems to me the contractor is going to make more money on the people. And the bottom line is, if they can do it at the same time frame, why wouldn't we do that? Would be my choice.
Yeah, where the time challenge comes in is that, the original court, we got our quotes that we're supposed to get. As we get into the higher threshold, we're gonna have to go back and get quotes for the additional work. There's not an assumption that the vendor that we were ready to go with may necessarily provide the lowest quote. So we would have to go through that process again. While we do that, today's the beginning of February, right? So that's where that comes in. It's not a tremendous amount of extra work, but from they need to get us on schedule because they're scheduled out and they have their crew. That's where that piece comes in. So I just want to be clear with that.
And then you can remind me, did we adopt the resolution authorizing for option 1? Or was it just to put it out to bid?
At that time, when we first did the presentation, it was option one was this, and then the courts. I can't remember
I'm
the,
just wondering
that
because,
material with the block, I can't think of the material that was used.
because that's gonna have to come back to another council meeting, it's $24,000 difference. It doesn't have to come back to another company. No, it's within my spending authority. Got it, okay.
Any other comments or, I'm actually really, of course, changing my the to option two because looking at our weather and the time for being able to do this anyway, we have the end of the rest of the process and I don't mind investing a little bit more to get to a core and see if, you know, we're not as concerned about the safety of things, so. Yeah, I think I'd rather go with option two, so.
Would this be considered ineligible?
Yeah, so I just want to, you know, I want to put out there, we may get someone that, you know, as we say, hey, take a look at this, give us a price. They could come in lower and be in a position where maybe they can't do it until July, so. You know, I can't say for certain when it will get done. If we go this route, because I have to go secure additional, you know, quotes and find vendors. To go through that process.
I'll take the lead.
We understand that the timeliness is, you know, a concern.
Well, I think given the sheer number of people that were here at the last meeting, there definitely is a demand, and if we could have an additional tour, it might be really close up to months to go again and get it right. And, you know, and then not worry about the other reports we still have them, so it seems like a good compromise.
Right, so this is just direction by consensus, so it sounds like there's three same options here.
Right then, let's move on to item three, information report related to Memorial Drive, pedestrian and crosswalk. You can stop it right now.
Good evening again, Mayor, City Council, Green Michael, Works Director. I do have a short presentation, and this is the item that was discussed a few meetings ago about adding a crosswalk to Memorial Drive. So we've had some engineers come up with some ideas for us. And look. We have three alternatives for you here tonight that we came up with. The first alternative number one, happy name, is what is called a road diet, which is currently Memorial Drive is 2 lanes in each direction with no center divide, except at the very end near Sunnyside. The rest of it all the way down to, I haven't been there very long. To the other end, it's 2 lanes each direction. So the first option would enhance the crosswalks at Sunny Slope, add bike lanes, narrow it down to 1 lane each direction, provide bike lanes on both sides, and a buffer between the traffic lane and the bike lanes. There would be rectangular rapid flashing beacons at the crosswalk. This would be a new crosswalk at Verdun, crossing from the school over to the other corner. There would be rectangular flashing beacons there. This continues down. This would be a crosswalk in mid-block going from the skate park across over to the other park on the other side of the street. The bike lanes, the 1 lane, and then left turn lanes will be installed. And with the left turn lane in the middle, there would be a refuge point for anybody who crossed here. So if you only made it halfway across and there's too much traffic, you only have to go across the 1 lane of traffic and you can wait in the middle. And this continues. I'm sorry. It does continue all the way down to the next intersection. So that could potentially impact traffic as we go from 2 lane each direction down to 1 lane each direction. The second alternative is just a mid-block crosswalk with the hawk system. But there's no refuge island in the middle. The hawk system is flashes red, so the vehicles need to stop whether there's anybody in the crosswalk or not. And alternative 2 is just that. And alternative number 3 would be the hawk system, but the crosswalk would be installed at Verdun across to Sunnysville Elementary School, and then they would upgrade the crosswalk across Verdun also. So the stop line, if you were heading north on Memorial, you can see the little black line would be a stop line prior to that actual intersection. So the cars would have to stop behind that line, and then going south, they would have to stop on another line on the other side. So that would be a buffer for the pedestrians to be able to cross. There's currently not a median strip there, but there's a space to put that refuge island in there because it's where the lanes go from having a left turn lane, so there's basically 5 lanes of traffic there, down to 4. So you can see how it narrows down. That the median narrows down there, so we could put in that refuge island there. And this is the recommendation of staff is to include this crosswalk.
So if I could just jump in really quick. So that system, if you've driven the last few years through Los Banos on Pacheco Pass Highway, right by the Sinclair gas station, they've actually got, one of these where you press the button and it gives you a red light. So it's safe and actually stops traffic. And with the concerns of a mid-block crosswalk, this adds a layer of security.
So that one doesn't exist anymore, but there was one there. They actually put a stoplight in there now. It's been a while since you went over there.
Yeah, stop commuting.
Which is a good thing, I think, for Hollister. But the reasons against alternative number 2, the mid-block crosswalk, is when you're at a corner, people are paying attention to that side street, and especially if it's all the way across. This is just a 3-lane intersection, but people are paying attention because cars are turning right in front of them, or they're turning left across in front of them, or so people generally pay more attention at corners. When you go to the mid-block, people generally aren't paying attention to cross traffic because they're focused on going straight because there's no intersecting streets. So it makes it a little bit more dangerous for the pedestrians to cross at a mid-block crosswalk. And mid-block crosswalks are generally not recommended, if at all possible, just because we're directing them. Now, I understand that there's people crossing here currently, and we want to make it safe for them, but we're not directing them to cross. If we direct them to cross there and then somebody gets hit, then now we could be liable because we told them this is a safe place for you to cross.
William, if I may just add, or insurance company would second that as we work with them as well.
So alternative number 3 provides a safe place for them to cross. It's at an intersection, although it's an uncontrolled intersection going north and south. But with the hawk system, it would be controlled when there's a pedestrian. And when the light's flashing red or when it's red, cars are required to stop whether there's anybody in their crosswalk or not. So let's get down to the bottom line. So alternative number 1 is the most expensive because it requires a lot more restriping and a lot more construction. Alternative number 2 is $584,000, and the most of that expense is in that hawk system. It's light poles and it's flashing lights, it's electrical work, it's all of that. And alternative number 3 is a little bit cheaper than alternative number 2, but it still comes in at over $500,000. So again, staff's recommendation is alternative number 3. And I'm here for any questions.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I have the answer to this from next. It seems like alternative number 3 is going to be the most quickest turnaround that we're looking at.
Well, it could Alternative number three, alternative number two, they're requiring some of the same infrastructure, it's just different locations. That either one of those would be the quickest turnaround. And alternative number one is like a major project.
Okay, and then my other question would be, what kind of meeting that we got from the neighbors and the school and all stakeholders?
We haven't done any of that, this was just bringing options to council to get some direction.
Is there a requirement for us to do that? Are we planning on doing it, or there's no requirement now? Depending on what option we go, that would now happen.
Yeah, there's no requirement, no legal requirement to do it, but it's an option.
Yeah, and when we went over this item before, we were asked to bring this back, expedited fashion, so.
Thank you, man, and thank you, I truly appreciate it, this is one of my, high priorities, because we don't want to see anybody become a casualty that maybe we could prevent. And so, like Councilmember Resendez brought up, did we do a traffic study or a survey or anything? Because now I have to say, I've lived in that area, that general area, for well over 20 years. I don't think I've ever really seen the need for 2 lanes each direction there. It may have been thoughtful planning when it was done, but it really seems like a 1 lane in each direction would be more than adequate, the entire length of that road, to where it intersects, and it actually parts down as you go further south. Having said that, I do think it would be important to talk with the administration at the school or the school district, because I can tell you, coming down Sunny Slope at 2:30 in the afternoon, it's a bit crazy. It is 2 lanes in those areas, and there's a parking lane with red curb and green curb. And I do suspect when it's drop off and pickup time, it gets a little crazy around there, and I purposely go different directions to stay away. And I know that occasionally I see our voters, they're actively enforcing the law, which I appreciate as well, but what I don't want to do is find us in a scenario like Lad Lane, where we've underreacted or overreacted, and I do think the community outreach is an important part of this. Maybe check with the school team, I don't know, they still have this thing called Parent Teachers Associations, PTAs, to get the flavor of Sunny Slope Elementary. One or both of my kids went there, and my sense is it's only getting bigger and it's not gonna go away. And I assume that kids that are coming up off of the Santana Ranch are probably in elementary or heading to that school, or maybe Sierra Vista. And we've had engineering challenges with Sierra Vista as well. And so, we know that there's more build out coming in the award homes that are going up off of Fairview, and I don't know which elementary those kids are gonna head to, but, I'd really like to see a permanent solution to a permanent problem if we take no action. So for me, it's got absolutely nothing to do with money. It's got everything to do with doing the right thing the first time. And if it takes a little bit longer, I have an appetite for that, because I'm looking for a permanent resolution on this. And so, my natural inclination would be number 1. But, again, if we can get equal results with less cost and quicker, I can support that as well. Thank you, man. I think there was a traffic study done for option number 2. 2 traffic studies. 2 traffic studies. Yeah.
As you may remember, we did have a larger project for this area back maybe 10 months ago. That there was studies done for that one as well, and then that one didn't go anywhere, and that was reducing it, kind of having the lane diets and the meandering lanes and chicanes and all of that.
So I think that's where this alternative number 1 came from, is from that traffic.
Yes.
Questions, Councilman Plus? Is there anyone else? Public comment if there's any?
Yes, our first speaker is Michael Castro, to be followed by Clinton.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for your time and consideration on this matter. This is very important because it's about our kids' safety. Every morning you see our parents darting across the street with their children. kids have gotten seriously injured at this spot. We're reminded because every day I walk my daughter to class, she asks about the roadside memorial and asks me to explain what that is about. Parents walking their kids to school really is that home feeling that we love. And we really want to preserve that. It's extremely important. I know something much more expansive was proposed back in March, but now we're asking really just for the bare minimum for this crosswalk. It's really just so our kids can walk across one Hollister's busiest street safely, and that's the whole idea behind it. I've reached out to several of you in the past, had some great conversations and kind of address if there's anything needed, but yes, I live in that area, all the neighbors always have talked, we've spoken with David in the past about how important and how quickly this needs to be done. Because again, it's really not a matter of if the child's gonna get hurt, it's when it's gonna happen again. And there's proof of there on the side of the street, and that we all have to look at every day. So just really thank you so much for listening to this and considering that. So please just really trust your community, trust us to let you know where the danger's at, so we see it, we know it's there, and we live there. So just thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Clinton, to be followed by Joe Rivas.
Good evening, my name is Clinton. I am also a father and concerned citizen for that area, and what you said though was, I think, correct. Mike was my neighbor, we both walk our kids. I think that having it done quickly is definitely on our agenda, but I'm not talking just for my kids that I walk now, I'm looking at the kids in 10 years from now. So when you say, let's get it done right, I'm okay with that also, but I would like to get something done also quicker. It's very dangerous. I mean, dangerous to walk on that street. And if there's a quarter to a half mile to Memorial Drive to walk, no parent has that time in the morning to drop off their kid to walk a quarter mile this way or quarter mile this way. There's 2 parks, there's a picnic area, there's horseshoe pits, there's the skate park. It's a kid magnet. How do we not have something in safety for those kids there? Already, I've been here for 7 years. And I can't believe there's nothing there already. So I'm just here and stressing how important it is. Said I spoke to David, I've emailed it. I don't do this city council stuff. I'm just a guy, I'm just a guy who just works and makes a living and goes to work every day. This is my first ever meeting like this. But that's how important it is to me. And I would feel terrible if I didn't do my part as a citizen of Hollister to come in here and look at you guys directly in your face and say, listen, this needs to be done quickly. Yes, let's do the grant project quickly. I don't care what it takes. I don't know all the red tape and all that stuff that goes with it, but I don't care about that stuff either. I just want a crosswalk so I can walk my kids to school safely. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Joe Rivas.
Greetings, Council. All right, so this morning I found out about this meeting. I've been asking for this crosswalk. I'm the principal of Sunnyside School. I apologize, Joe Rivas, for 8 years. So thank you for taking the time and the attention to this. I will agree with the other speakers. It's a very dangerous intersection. There's approximately 650 students, age 4 to 14, that go to Sunnyside School. About 100 walkers from this direction. And about 300 or so cars that I've affectionately nicknamed Memorial Speedway. If you've ever been there, when those lights turn green, we're talking 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. It's about as unsafe as you can possibly imagine. As the previous speaker talked about, the Tremor soccer field, that park, our school, the park that's also there, there is a lot of people there. Yeah, they jaywalk. I would be lying to you if I told you I've never crossed illegally as well. I apologize. Thank you for even looking up. I have done it at times because it is almost a half a mile from the 4-way stop to the light. And we're not going to go all the way back to cross. It's just not what we do. So in terms of the $1 million one, sure, that would be nice. But really, in my personal opinion, the sooner the better, because anything there is better what is there now, which is nothing. It's extremely unsafe. I fear for all of my students, all of my parents, and it just really is not safe. So option 1 in a million would be great, but really option 3, it's right there. It's pretty much from what I can see right where our parking lot is. But anything is better than what it is now. So thank you very much. Thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it sooner rather than later.
And those are all the public comments for this item.
All right, let's bring it back for discussion now. Councilmember DeSantis, you have any further thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, William, for the presentation. Thank you to the parents that came out here, and thank you to the principal that came as well. So I'm an educator, and when I'm in a classroom, my number one priority is the safety of the kids that are entrusted to me by their parents. I'm also probably the most fiscally conservative council member up here. It's true, you said it at the last meeting. But when it comes to the kids' safety, we're not just looking at a crosswalk, we're talking bikes, we're talking about narrowing the road, making sure it's just one lane. Sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied here, both ways. I agree with Councilmember Burns, there's no reason or rationale that we should have it both 2 lanes up. I've been down there and I agree with all the speakers. I agree with my colleagues to right of me. I am concerned about the time constraint, but at the same time, I'm also concerned about bureaucracy and reaching out to the public and ensuring that we cross all our T's and dot our I's. So I think we should do it right. And I'm 100% in favor of option 1. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council Member Vice Mayor Resendez. Appreciate your comments. So, I too lean towards 1, but I've also heard the principal and the members in the community that came up. I'm sure that if more outreach was done, this room would be filled beyond. If we got 650 students, last time I checked, that's about 1,300 parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, nieces, on and on. We could pack this place with us. And so what I'm wondering is, I still lean towards 1, but I've heard what has been said. We need to do something soon, because what I haven't heard in the presentation is if we opt for A for 1, how long is that going to take versus 2 or 3? I mean, when I took my notes, I put 1 or 3, and frankly, I'm wondering if we can't do 1 and 3 and do 3 first. If 1's going to take 18 months to get done, let's do something as soon as humanly possible, weather permitting. And then I would also ask that I've heard the principal, he watches it every day. I'm sure he prays every day, and maybe we need to get that enhanced law enforcement presence out there. I know I've driven down Sunny Slope and I go extra slow because I see the little motorcycle officers sitting down there, so I know they're working it, but maybe we need to have more intense enforcement in that area as well. And so I don't know what the answer is, council, but 3 feels like it would be quicker, but 1 feels like it'd be more long range, because the school is only going to continue with that student count or more, I anticipate, just based on the growth on East Hollister that I'm appointed to represent. And so those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Burns.
I like alternative number 3. It fits, it's right there with the parking lot. It's at a corner. We just heard from staff about the midway crossing. Oh, that's not very good. And as far as option number 1 with the bike lanes and stuff, I think that's right now the concern is the safety of his children getting to and from across that Memorial Drive. I think option number 3 is the best way to go for now. And if we need to bring it back to bring the bike lanes in, then we need to bring it back.
No, so thank you for those of you that came to speak. We really heard you. So I'm leaning towards number 3, just to make sure we have something immediately. I would, however, like to see if we can have like a listening session. I don't know if the school is going to host, kind of go to our community to hear and potentially present. If there were 2 traffic studies that were done,
maybe we need to just revisit that and get more community input so that we can do it right, but at least have an immediate solution for, the families that are dealing with this every day. And to make sure that it's actually agendized that you can bring it back, but after hearing the community and providing kind of like the outcomes or where our engineering department has found, so that we can make sure, what I don't want to happen is another that situation. So that's just my concern, to make sure that if we're gonna do it, let's go to the community, have it there, look at what we've already done, and bring it back, but have an immediate solution, so option number 3 would be that for now.
Yeah, I'm feeling similar. I have to confess that when I heard road guy, that got heartburn, sorry. That lady was kind of a mess for us, and so I absolutely would not want to do option 1 unless we had major input from the community and from the school. But option 3 would give us that safety that we need immediately, so I think pursuing that, and then if we want to have a listening session in the future, look at the bike lanes or other things, and get a lot of community input, and take our time with that and get it right, I'd be okay with that. But option 3 would be the quick solution for safety purposes, so.
So this was a little clarification. So option number 1, for any of these options, probably the timeline is going to be controlled by getting those hawk systems, the poles, the systems, the electrical. The rest of like option number 1 is mostly like a slurry cylinder restriping, and then some small items and things like that. So probably whichever option we choose, if we choose a hawk system, I don't know how readily available those are, but I know just a regular street light pole takes at least 10 weeks to get. And that was 10 months during COVID, so I don't know how they've recovered from that 10 months or not. So I don't know how readily available those are, but that's probably going to be what controls our timeline. It's the availability of that equipment, and then dealing with PG&E to get that hooked up and things like that.
That's my voice.
Thank you. So did I just hear you say that the timeline could be, my interpretation could be equal for any one of the 3, and it's all dependent on how soon we can get the equipment? Yes. And do you have a time frame of no sooner than ballpark? Or I heard you reference 10 weeks, and that's just to get the stuff. That's like best case scenario. I would say 10 weeks. I have really no idea how long it would take to get those systems. But I would say it would probably take a year to get option number 1 done, because it has to all be designed. We have to go out to bid. We have to go out to bid for any of these because they're well above the but I would say within a year is possible. Within a year, I just have to say that doesn't work for me. No way, no come, no way. What's the short-term solution to this existing problem that is a life safety factor involved? We can't just randomly position our police officers out there every morning. I don't think that's realistic. What temporary solutions can we use to slow traffic? Even heaven forbid I say it, but speed bumps, to slow them down, to give these kids a fighting chance to get across the road. I mean, we do have that memorial out there. I walk that route for exercise frequently. And so I'm all too aware of what happened that led to that accident that was tragic. And so we have a reminder, and a year in my mind, and I know you have other priorities and you have other things that we're hounding you for, but I'm the guy that's always, let's paint the walls, let's paint the walls, let's paint the wall, but let's protect the kids first. And so I don't know I don't know, city manager, I don't know what we do here, chief of police, but this can't take a year, in my opinion. And if it does, shame on me.
That's from your list. Did you have additional? My comment was, if you do have trouble with PPE, please let us know. Bye.
We have ways of. Even up with that. So, did you have something?
I just want to add, I concur with of all the points that William brought up, it will take a year for that option one because it's out of our control, out of William's control, how long it will take. I know it is a dangerous area. There are areas to cross right now, and it's correct. The principal acknowledged people are jaywalking and doing that, but I think that the quicker options are the other options are provided. But at this point, it is something where even a crosswalk doesn't make it it makes it a little bit more safe, but if these kids are still gonna be crossing, if you put the crosswalk there and if they're not using the crosswalk, it's still gonna be a dangerous situation. So it all comes down to how much time it's gonna have to take, because you want something quicker than that, I would recommend the other options. But I am familiar with the stoplight option that you provided. That is way better than just a flashing light. It's actually a red light. And traffic has to stop there, but that's gonna take a long time. It would be a better solution, but it's a longer solution. So that's something the council's gonna decide.
Yes, that's Wells. How long was option number 3? Was that a year as well?
Well, I didn't get any construction estimates on time. We just have a cost proposal. And all I'm saying is probably what's likely the restrictor on it is the availability of those parts. Now, they may be readily available. We could order them tomorrow, but the project still has to be designed. And then we have to put together bid documents. We have to go out to bid. We have to award the contract, and then the contractor has to come in.
I have our city attorney looking at what's within your authority to waive some of your own internal procurement. This would be subject to the project labor agreements that you just authorized. So if the purchasing policies that you recently passed into effect January 4th would apply to any of these options. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So I thought that the chief made some good points, and I heard from the speakers as well. In order to change what's happening there, you can't just put a crosswalk. You have to physically change the way that people are driving and the way that the kids are using the streets. Yeah, put speed humps. If we're not going to do the restriping, we're not going to put a medium, we're not going to do the crosswalk, then you have to put something there that's going to actually stop them from jamming down that road every single day. That's why you need to do the medium. That's why you need to narrow the road. Call it a diet, call it whatever you want, to one way, both ways. That's why you have to have a safe place for kids to ride their bikes. Kids are gonna ride their bikes there, whether it's 2-lane, whether it's speed humps, whether there's a bike lane or not. You have to change that road drastically. You have to change the behavior of the people driving that road, and you have to change the behavior of the kids walking it. Because you can slap a beautiful little crosswalk there, but if little Timmy is used to going this way and illegally crossing, and we've got these people jamming every single day, you're not really going to prevent anything. So there has to be something drastic. I'm all for the speed humps because that'll stop them, or we go with option 1.
Quick question on the speed humps. My understanding was if you have 4-lane road, speed humps don't work. Is that, am I remembering correctly?
Well, the issue happens because the way the speed humps are designed with the center speed cushion being placed in the center so that fire trucks can straddle that center one. We could still have a center one for them to straddle, but it would be in the center of 4 lanes instead of in the center of 2.
Could you weigh in maybe, because I seem to recall there being something about the rules and not putting speed humps on beyond the 2-lane road. I just am curious about that as far as the traffic.
So our policy does limit it to streets on 25 miles per hour or under. But this is in front of the school and it is council's policy. So I think the traffic study has been done, but I'm not sure if the traffic study was for speed cushions. It was just a general traffic study.
So there's not a rule about that. I seem to remember that for some reason. Maybe I'm just.
So you run into the situation where
when children are present, you do have a 25 mile an hour regardless of the number of lanes. We could look at that, we could look at it from a study perspective. As for just painting a crosswalk there, you won't get staff to give you that recommendation. That'd be a major insurance concern, as well as, I don't think you would get any of us in the field to make that recommendation, because that would possibly invite a dangerous situation.
Because it's like Verdun is an uncontrolled intersection on the north-south, and mid-block definitely not just painting a crosswalk. So yeah, that's why we would recommend not just painting a crosswalk we could do tomorrow, but the position of where it's at, we wouldn't recommend.
Yeah, from a risk standpoint and an insurance standpoint, just looking at it fiscally, we would not recommend it. And I think just from a staff direction of us making a recommendation that could possibly lead to a tragic event, I don't think from a, just from a personal standpoint, you're not going to get anybody, engineering staff or city managers department to say it.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, I'm not saying speed humps are the be all end all solution, but it might be a temporary solution to a permanent problem that's going to take greater community engagement. We've already heard from the school. The school seems pretty good with 3. And even if we move on 3, and I've heard you say at least 10 weeks, my recollection is we could have speed humps out there next week if we made that decision. And that would be a temporary solution. And I'm willing to take the heat. I don't care. I'd rather have them screaming at me because they have to slow down than have to deal with a victim of a traffic collision that would be preventable by the speed humps. Frankly, I would like to see a more permanent solution. And frankly, I don't know, because it's been a while now since we presented 1 versus 3, but I don't know that 3 isn't part of 1 anyway. And so, this feels to me like if we do the speed humps, we're buying ourselves time, or maybe buying somebody a personal injury, preventing a personal injury or a death. And we don't have to rush to judgment. And once it's clear that this council wants to take some action. And so even with that, like you said, maybe you call them on and go, oh no, we've got plenty of this and plenty of that. But there's still other work that has to happen before the physical work can take place. And as I recall, speed humps don't really require much. And it has been the council's past practice to put them down in the areas of schools and parks. Well, Memorial Drive has got all of that and beyond. And, I think it buys us time is really what I think I'm trying to do here to then do it correctly the first time, because Glad Lane was a nightmare, and it was not intended to be. It just became, because frankly, I think we tried to cheap out. I certainly did, and I regret that, but first time, shame on me. But nobody got hurt in the deal. Some of our pride got hurt a little bit, like mine, but I think that's a temporary solution, and I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Alice.
So I like to hear, during the urgency that we're looking for something that's efficient, not necessarily cost effective, but in terms of just making sure that something that's going to be safe, gets done. Have we considered this might be done, so I'm sorry. The actual body to do that crosswalking with the schools, just to walk them back and forth, or is it just going to be too much of a headache for that?
Not sure if the school provides a crossing guard, but that would be at the actual intersection. So I'm not sure legally if we could, it'd be almost like a traffic stop, right, chief? If someone was out there stopping traffic in the middle of the road, because it's the difference of down the road from the existing crossing. So I'm not sure. Whoever would sanction that may end up in a very liable state. There would need to be a national crosswalk there.
If you put a crosswalk there, and then when the crossing guard's not there, then direct.
Yeah, and that's how they used to have it at high school before they put the gates in. They had, in school hours, they actually had a person at the stop sign in that. During the early hours, early afternoon hours, there would not be someone there. I can remember someone getting hit before the crossing guard was there at the high school some odd years ago.
So and it sounds like possibly speed bumps might be a solution temporarily until we can get that option three in, and we could still need to look at option one as a further down the road, you know, a complete solution. So I know that y'all were looking at different speed bumps than those pointy things that kill people when they go over them. Did you have any other alternatives as far as putting the rubber speed bumps in?
Well, we can install rubber, but speed tables instead of speed cushions, which is what we install now, they're considered speed cushions. But we could put speed tables, but they would still need to be in cushion type so that the fire trucks can still straddle. And the only difference between them is speed tables allow you to go over them faster because it's not up and down. You go up and it's flat and then you go down. So we might be defeating the purpose by putting speed tables there if we want to slow people down to 25, and we put in speed tables that they could potentially go 35 over. We may be installing something that doesn't really get us where we want
You
to.
just know I've gotten a lot of feedback from people who say I have to go 5 miles an hour for those sort of pyramids. So, and I know we were looking at just different shaped ones, not necessarily the cushions that you're talking about, but just something with a slightly different shape. Because I've gone over other ones that don't really have that jarring kill your suspension kind of thing that we have been using. So that's my only point. But I like the tiered approach. So we can do something right away, at least start with the safety and then get that option 3 in. And then do a lot of feedback before we employ and spend $1 million on option 1.
So Chief, I don't know if you can weigh in. My understanding is that any auto head collision that is 28 miles or greater in speed on impact usually will result in a fatality. And that's a stat I'm aware of. It's probably outdated by now, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, because again, I don't want to damage cars, but if I have to choose between damaging the undercarriage on the car and a 4th grader, I'll choose the car every time. So
I think you're correct on that, statistics, every speed higher to go up, it increases the likelihood of serious injury or death. But I also agree with, William's point that the speed tables versus the speed humps are a solution, even if you get the traffic to stay at 25 miles an hour. The problem is not the cars going 25 miles an hour, the problem is all the cars that are going 40, 45 miles an hour. They can't stop even if a kid pops out in front of them, jaywalks, or the principal walks out, or jaywalking. They can't stop at that speed. At 25 miles, they can stop, and technology today with cars and analog brakes. If you can keep them to 25 miles an hour, there's a quicker reaction time. And the speed tables, you wouldn't have as much of a pushback on the community that has to almost come to a complete stop to go over the speed humps, versus the speed tables that if they're going 25 miles an hour, they can continue going 25 miles an hour. If they hit that 35, they're gonna feel that. And that's why the difference in those two different types of designs for reducing the speed. So.
perfect. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Do you have to be councilman?
So there's different types of speed tables also, because we have them in front of the high school. We have them on Vine Street. And then we have them over there, those are speed humps that are on, I don't remember the street. Not central, last street going up before, up Camino de Vida. Is it Kirby on the left? There's also speed hump, speed tables there. I think that speed tables are so much better, but isn't there a type of temporary rubber speeds, something besides this peak that we have that we could buy and insert?
Yeah, speed tables would be different.
Yeah.
In the fact that you go up and then it's a flat on top and then it goes.
Yeah.
So, and they make those out of rubber. So it's basically what we have now, but they have that flat portion, the same manufacturer. It's recycled rubber, same installation, basically just with a flat portion.
So, and we don't know what type of delivery time that would be, right? Because, I mean, even the 10 weeks you were talking about before was before, it's not applying necessarily to today, they might have it in stock.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and the speed tables, generally, my experience with the speed cushions, it's a 6-week lead time. For the speed cushions, I've never ordered any speed tables, but generally the speed cushions, are 6 weeks, so I would assume speed tables would be about the same. And we have plenty of speed cushions in stock, we've got thousands upon thousands of those. If that's the direction the council wants to go, that can be installed rather quickly with weather permitting. Just a couple of nice days of weather, we can get that done. Couple.
Councilmember Burns?
Might be a while for a couple of nights.
Thank you, Mayor. So, again, if we said speed pumps, cushion pumps, yeah, we have a lot of those, right?
Lots.
Yeah, and so a couple days to install them. And even if we wanted to go with cables, we order them and we replace them when they come in, and we still have solved the problem for the 6 weeks or 10 weeks or 3 months or whatever it takes to move forward. Because again, my sense is more of an urgency thing. Every day we, no pun intended, but we table this, the risk just continues to go. And so I'm about reducing the risk as soon as possible. And maybe, yeah, there's more costs in labor to put down what we have, put it up and put down what we get. But I think at the end of the day, again, I'll take the heat. I don't mind. As long as we don't have to deal with something far more drastic in my mind. This is my sense. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Burns. So I agree. As much as I'd like to have better speed cushions, I mean, if you went and looked out there and it's gonna be 6 weeks, put the other ones in, we need to do something now, which meant the kids. And hopefully you'll look and they'll be ready tomorrow and just get those good ones. But you know, I'm fine with the other. We gotta do something, and that would be a good start, but then work towards that option too. I mean, that would be my druthers. Yeah.
So it sounds like, just want to make sure we have a consensus to install quickly, order the other model, replace when those get in. And William, I want to make sure we're clear at the length and, is it just in front of the school? How far down are we going with these? Last thing I would want to have happen is we install them just in front of the school and then it's in front of the skate park. So I think that should be addressed as well if we're going to go that direction, because I hate to have, the staff have to go out and do it multiple times.
Thoughts, Councilmember?
Thank you. I say all the way down to from Sunny Slope to Hillcrest, because you've got the Little League fields, you've got the park that's, I think, actually the county park on the other side, and then you've got our skate park. And as I recall, the young man that got hit, that is the memorial, he was actually leaving the skate park. And so I think that from the four-way stop sign to the traffic light, as it works with the engineering, because I understand there's also a certain distance that has to be between. Correct. And so I think if we're gonna go, let's go big. And let's see, let's see what the outcome is. I mean, I think we're just better protected. I mean, let's protect all the kids to the best of our ability. I've actually heard what the chief has said, that, people, that seems to behavior as well. But, I think that's a good starting point, and maybe we find out when as we move forward to do the final fix on this, that maybe we need more or less, but I think, I would support going from Hillcrest to Summit, so thank you, Madam Mayor.
So that's the first sentence.
Thank you. Do we know if there's any access reported with the speed humps that we have in place now? No. No. Do we know if there's been any of the speed tables? Have there been any accidents reported?
There was an accident at the high school soon after they were installed, but it involved a person driving extremely fast speed.
Yeah.
Their crash lost control. They had more to do with the reckless driving than the speed table.
Yeah, so with the speed tables, my concern is they're kind of like a launching pad at the high school. I think they're trying to either in the house or close to the front yard. So I like the idea of the speed humps. We have them in stock. I'd rather have people slow down to 5 miles an hour than to maintain it at 25, hit it, go up in the air, and possibly hurt somebody. So my suggestion would be speed humps all the way up and down from Hillcrest to Sunny Slope. And then option 1. And when we do option 1, then we can take out the speed humps at that time. That would be my suggestion.
I just want to point out the memorial is an arterial route, and it's soon to be connecting all the way to San Ann. And there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of commuters that are leaving every day. They're leaving at 4 and 6 in the morning when there's no kids, and they're going to be affecting a lot of traffic 24/7 with speed that they will have to constantly stop and receive complaints from other places in the city. And that's where our recommendation would be the speed table, if you are to put something out there, it keeps them on 25 or whatever the speed limit is.
Yeah, we can, just for the record, I wanted to check in with our interim fire chief. So if they are the rubber material, then that will work with fire as well. It's the paved speed tables where they don't flatten out, creates a bit of an issue.
So my understanding is that there's the majority for option number 3, depending on what's available, then if it was gonna be weeks, then we were going to get the speed tables or the phones, depending on product availability. So that's what I've heard. I'm hearing different options, and I also heard that council also agreed that we need to look for a long-term solution. But the priority was also reaching out to the community to get public input so that we don't have a situation where we're in with that thing. So that's what I understood it to be. I know that now we're doing different things, but I just want to, so that we are focused in terms of the direction. And if we're then, so that we stay on point.
Madam Mayor, if I may, yes, thank you. What does bikeable, walkable, complete streets, that's what they're called, right? Complete streets. What does that do to the value of the homes? What does it do to the surrounding neighborhoods? Does it have any kind of impact on them? Does anybody here know that?
I don't know. And basically, the option number 1 is basically a complete streets.
Yeah, it's a complete street, and that's how they're building. That's the bar that is set by cities everywhere, right? The complete street program, and that's what we have. And options 2 and option 3 are not the complete street program. They're not. Okay, so I don't know if we're going in different directions, but I'm elected to state my piece, and I want to go on record and make sure that it's very clear about what position I'm taking. So that would be my position. Thank you so much.
Quick question for you, the option 3 that you're talking about is actually a piece of option 1, was it not?
So there is a little difference, but in option 1, instead of the hawk system that turns red, they're rectangular rapid flashing beacons. So they're a little bit different and they flash yellow instead of flashing red. Now, we could incorporate the hawk system in, but then the cost goes from 1.3 to $2 million if we use. Maybe not quite that much because the rapid flashing beacons are, there is a cost to those, but.
And those beacons, are they ground level or are they?
No, they're the kind that are mounted on the signs, and then they have a button that you can push and then it's a flash.
Think of like right over here by 4th Street, by the courthouse.
Not like the ones that don't work, that you push the button.
Madam Mayor.
It has a solar or something, that doesn't seem to work. This is different than that.
I'm not sure if those are rapid flashing beacons on some.
It has a sign that flashes.
Yeah. One other difference, if I can, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Just like what we did on Central Avenue behind Calaveras, there's going to be bulb outs. There's not bulb outs with the option 3. A bulb out essentially shortens the path that the kids have to cross the street, which makes it safer for them as well. That's something that's on here, that's not on option three.
Okay, Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So with option two, are we talking the same thing that's directly across from Gold Street on the San Benito Tire where you hit the button, the sidewalk lights up with flashing yellow and the sign flashes as well?
This is a big arm, like a traffic signal.
Gotcha.
Over it on both sides.
Okay,
And then it flashes red. When they push the button, it flashes red, it turns red. And then cars have to stop whether there's someone in there or not.
gotcha, okay. And so, just so I'm clear, my understanding is we're gonna do a speed table or a speed cushion, a speed something to slow them down, step A. Step B, we're gonna do our community outreach to the surrounding community and the school community and see what they recommend because it's their kids, their neighborhood. And then we'll consider that. And then we'll come back for a cleanup on this thing, once we've done the community outreach, but we still solve a permanent problem with a temporary solution until we can get to that point. And, also wanted to comment that I understand that we're gonna extend Memorial. I think it might even be in the process right now, but the reality is anybody going down Memorial could just as easily turn left on Sunny Slope or Hillcrest and just go up to 25 and they're out. Well, they're really not out, they're just stuck in traffic, we know that. But to the Councilmember Morales' point, yeah, I'm looking for a temporary solution, then I want to do the community outreach, and then we'll figure out we're gonna spend $500,000, we're gonna spend $1.2 million, or we're gonna spend $2 million. Because the good news is, once we do this right, the first time, we should never have to do it ever again. And it's never gonna get any cheaper to do it than today. And so, let's do it right this time, but let's solve the problem temporarily with the speed bulbs, or not the speed bulbs, the speed cushions, or the speed bumps, the speed whatever. To get this thing started and show the commitment to that community and their children. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so it sounds like we should do it, so we're not gonna go from the speed bumps and then try to get option three and quickly, we're gonna wait and try to decide. Maybe what's the.
Not writing down the score.
So. Maybe if we could just take a step back, so what I'm hearing is just kind of.
This is all confusing now.
Yeah, I'll just read it. So the premise was, let's get something going extremely fast. Yes. Okay. Regardless of what option we pick, there's the whole bidding process, we've got a PLA process, we're making an assumption that the red lights are gonna come in 10 weeks, it could be longer, I think. Shorter. Yeah, well, and what's tough is everything now, with supply chains is a variable, right? And so then we heard, let's do it really quick, but we want to use speed tables. Those are something we've got to order. We have an assumption of 6 weeks. So while that is being ordered and worked on, we have existing speed cushions, which are the ones that are around town now. What I'm hearing was basically put those in, those can go in relatively quickly. Then when the other ones come in on order, pull those out, drop in the new ones. And then the question was, if we do that, that's the temporary solution. We've heard some take it, from the whole strip, from Sunny Slope to Hillcrest. So that was the piece that was out there. And then instead of picking 1, 2, or 3, go out into the community and get some feedback on probably option 1 and get some input there because that's more of the complete streets, but pitch the options to the community.
That's why you're sitting there.
And I would suggest, Madam Mayor, if we can just go down real quick, each council member and say what the option would be. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. I like what Councilmember Burns said, speed cushions for now, up from Hillcrest to Sunny Slope. Get community out inputs and then bring back these options and then we'll decide then.
And get the tables and swap the cushions with the tables.
No.
Yes.
No tables.
Yeah, the tables have the cutouts for the fire engine, so.
Yeah, I think that's not my choice, yeah.
Okay, so that's a difference, so.
Councilmember Burns.
Feels like I've been talking on. Apparently I have. Sorry. So I agree with everything Councilmember Lozenda said, but I do think that we swap them out. When they come in, the tables for the cushions. And I'd suggest we also try and sell all the other cushions we have.
Fire sale. Councilmember Press, what's your thinking?
I don't like alternative number 2. I don't like the mid-block crossing. Option 1, is you still have that mid-block crossing. Leave it to the community right there. But we're done. That needs a crosswalk. That needs a crosswalk. That makes so much sense right there. So I do like option 3. I do like putting the cushions up, the round cushions, and until the tables come up, and then that's all it's done.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. In remembering with that vein, I think it was, according to one of my constituents, it was about 5 years. I came into city council, that's been 2 years. So that was a 7-year wait for engineering and bids and a lot of stuff. So my recommendation, or what I would like to see, is option number 3 to be implemented right away so that we have a solution. Put in the speed tables or speed bumps, whatever we have available for an immediate remedy. Look at the studies that were done, talk to the community, look at a long-term solution. Bring that back for whatever bid process. I don't want the illusion of having something that might take anywhere from 2 years to 5 years to actually, come to fruition. It sounds like there needs to be a solution right now. So have something that's a viable solution, a temporary solution, and then plan for the long-term solution, whether it's 1 year or 5 years, depending on a lot of different factors, whether it's the weather or availability or even whatever. At least we have a solution that will take care of our community. That is my.
Yes, if I could ask for clarity on that. So you have the cushions. Did you want to see them get swapped into the tables?
Yes.
Okay, and then I have this question for both you and Councilmember Perez. If we do the tables, cushions of the table, would that also be Hillcrest decisive?
Yes.
No. Yes.
I want to clarify, Chief. I heard what you said, but I want to make sure, is that within the parameters of what you said?
Putting the option 3 and then the speed table.
No, from what to what? What would your recommendation be for the?
That's up to you to decide. I mean,
Well, that's your opinion. So you look for a really valid point. But I want to know, like, what would be your recommendation?
Recommendation would be the speed table versus speed humps so that the cars stay at a posted speed limit or a slower, more reasonable speed limit. When they do get to the new section that's being built, that roadway between Hillcrest and Santa Ana is only going to be 2 lanes. And there are going to be narrow for that purpose to keep cars at a slower pace. So there's going to be a slowing down of traffic for those vehicles wanting to go all the way to Santa Ana to then get Highway 25 over the schools. So I think the solutions that you're coming up with will work. It's just a matter of how much time it's going to take. The speed tables in conjunction with a crosswalk, a lighted crosswalk, I think all those are solutions that would work. It's a good balance between making people stop all the time versus just keeping people at reasonable speeds.
That's my good. That was
yeah,
good.
she's asking Hillcrest to, or Sunny Slope to Hillcrest.
Sunslope to Hillcrest with a whole thing. For the points that are brought up, Little League games, there's always kids there at the park. And there's people on both sides, there's a park on both sides, people crossing the skate park is right there. And all those apartments that are there, a lot of kids live there as well.
That sounds like me.
Yes. Councilmember Perez?
Yeah. If we're gonna go speed table, why not just do the speed table itself?
It's timing. I think that's the goal, but they're saying it might take a while to get them shipped. So we can put in what we have replace it with the speed tables. Oh, you
You're
got
talking
it.
about using asphalt.
I think there's an issue with fire, Mr. Not,
Oh.
with fire trucks. So for safety.
Yeah, that's a major route for our fire department to get across town and get out of town. And so
So
pavement ones,
so you're telling me that we can only make a pavement this wide, and we can't shorten it so that our fire trucks can get through? That doesn't make sense to me. If there's a speed table and we're gonna form it out of asphalt at the other permanent places, why don't we do that first? And make it so that the fire trucks can get.
so if we were to do that first, and William, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be a CIP that we would probably put out to bid. I'm not sure your crew would be having
So
capacity
the
to.
plastic is temporary too.
Correct.
I've attempted to install asphalt speed cushions at my prior position, and it's very difficult to get that. All of those slopes right now. I'm sure there's experts out there that can do it, but then that would require, then it's a construction project.
And you know what, if it takes more money to do something permanent instead of this plastic things around, I think it's worth it.
It just slows down the process.
I hear you. Excuse me?
So Councilmember Pres, just for clarity on I have you as cushions to tables, option 3, and my question is for the cushions to tables. I'm hearing Hillcrest to Sunny Slope from the others. I would just, okay.
And I would agree with that as well. I really like the option thing. I like that hot iron that it's called. It just, we know that's gonna stop them and really make it safe. So I want to make sure we do that. As far as option 1, it's not that I'm against it, but I have to be honest, some of the complete streets we've done, as Tim and this Councilman Burns has said, we cheaped out. And I'm looking at Sally Street and seeing broken rubber curbs, and I'm seeing other things that we want something that's gonna last, and I would like us to explore, doing things a little more slowly, but doing them nicely. With landscaping and asphalt and concrete as opposed to rubber stuff that breaks. So I just wanna take our time with, the $1 billion and $2 million projects, but I do want that safety. So I'm all in on option 3 and doing the speed pumps and tables.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is cushions to tables. I've got 3 at cushions to tables. To option 3, Hillcrest to Sunny Slope with a desire to look at a more permanent solution. So now I'm gonna really throw a curveball that I don't want to have to come back with a follow-up question. When option 3 is installed, let's fast forward to when option 3 is installed. There will still be option 3 comes up to Verdun. You will still have the run from Verdun to Hillcrest. I'm assuming that we would leave those temporary speed tables in until that work, until whatever the ultimate project ends up being. Yes.
See how they work, and then look at permanent solution. But the main thing is the safety.
Right. What I'm still not hearing though is the community outreach piece. Where does that fall in line with the speed tables or speed humps and speed tables to option 3? And frankly, option 3 could become part of a greater option 1. And so, but I still think we need to do the community outreach piece, because if anything I learned from Land Lane, that was absent, and it absolutely needs to be present. And again, whether we invest 1.2 or 2.1 on something one time, once and done correctly, is really a great outcome in my mind, but I still want it. I think the community needs to contribute to that conversation.
Absolutely. I think we all said that was part of what we all said it. The three of us all said it.
If we're looking at speed and safety, if those things, if the Hawkeye thing is available right away, are we gonna wait for community outreach? Or do we put it in for safety and do the community outreach for more permanent solution?
The way I understand this, I'm sorry, the way I understand it is option 3 would be pre-community outreach. You put in community outreach, or you put in option 3, which is a CIP project, so that'll come back and we'll go through that whole process. Then down the road, We simultaneously, whatnot, we're doing a community outreach process, or then a second CIP that is a bigger process. So in theory, you could be doing a $500,000 project. Fast forward a few years, community input, you're doing a $1 million project, a $1.5 million project. That's the way I understand the three positions.
Yes. So, well, I think we're gonna need to do community outreach now, because we're gonna have to inform the community of, this is what the city council is doing. And I'm sure that they're gonna need to know, they're gonna wanna know what's happening, because they're gonna see something. So community information, whether it's press release or anything, just for information. And we can actually start the process a little bit earlier than the second, bid. Just to make sure that there's communication, going back and forth, communication, transparency, and involvement at all points. So, and I'm not sure who would run each one on that, whether it's William or somebody in your office, but I think we need to let the community know what we're doing right now with this issue, and then what's gonna happen in the future.
I mean, we can certainly put something together. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page that it's option 3, outreach. I mean, outreach can be before option 3, but the intention is we're going to do outreach. Hey, we're doing option 3 as the short term. I mean, it's the midterm, right? If the short term is the temporary rubber ones, midterm is your option 3. Hey, we're doing this. This is what we're putting out to bid, and then getting feedback for the larger scale second CIP project.
So this is in essence 3 phases, and phase 1 is going to happen, phase 2 is going to happen, and then the real question is, does phase 2 become part of phase 3, which would be option 1? Or something.
Yeah, a hybrid of such.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
and if it makes sense, look to try to implement elements of option 3 into whatever the new option
Right.
is, so we don't throw that money
Right.
away.
Right, and I would just like to say, I would love to see us get more involved with the elementary school and their staff as well, because they live it every day. And so in my mind, they're a very critical piece. I mean, you see these kids come and go every year. And so for me, I think their opinion probably matters the most to me, because they engage all the time.
And I would agree with that. I think you said it's going to take a little time, even for option 3, by the time you did and everything. We could certainly do a little town hall at the school and invite people in, just to talk about what our plan is and say, you know, we're looking at something more long-term, but for safety reasons, this is what we want to do, and get input, and at least keep them informed. Because I agree, we need to keep them engaged and informed as what's happening, so they're not surprised by things. So that would be, yeah, that would be.
I think I have direction. I've repeated it.
That was 60 minutes, so I think we really need to take like a 5-minute break. I think we will aim for it with all the questions. So,
Or either that or you're cracked.
Yeah, I think it's cracked.
It's cracked. Oh, boy.
Here it is. All right, we're gonna go on to item 4. We're gonna discuss and provide direction regarding council meeting start times. Secretary, you can give us a report?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So at the December 18th, 2023 council meeting, the city council requested a future agenda item to consider moving the start time for city council meetings to 9 a.m. Change to that meeting start time will require an amendment to the municipal code of section 2.04.050. And the timing associated with ordinance revisions is an introduction, and then it's brought back for adoption 5 days later. It needs to be a regular meeting, that second part, and then 30 days after it becomes a code.
Okay. Any questions from council?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 questions if I can. City Attorney, number 1, I don't remember what, or I probably didn't see it in here, but what's the rationale for wanting to change the time?
It was a council request for wanting to change it, and I don't know what the rationale was behind it. I don't think that was explained.
Okay, I think it was or it was not.
I don't think it was explained, but I don't remember, but your colleagues brought it up and be able to let me know.
I think I can answer that. I think Councilman Morales brought it up. I think one of the concerns we had is meetings going on, so all hours of the night and the hours of the morning. And how difficult it is after 10 o'clock to be able to make important decisions. So we're trying to find a solution, and that was the suggestion that she had brought out. So I'm hoping we can have some questions and then discussion about it. So do you have any more questions? Councilman, Burns, any questions? Or?
No, I do have some comments. I'll reserve. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilman Perez, do you have questions? Okay, do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there's no public comments for this item.
Okay, well, let's have a little further deliberation. Councilman Perez, you want to start?
Not at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I'm quite satisfied with every other Monday or first and third Monday of the month, except when there's a holiday and it rolls into a Tuesday. I know this month is a classic example because there's more work than time, that we've gone to 3 meetings in February. And I know we always have the potential to do special meetings as well. And so I would pose to this council that why don't we go to 3 or meet every Monday, or meet 3 Mondays out of the month. I just, to come in at 9 in the morning, first of all, this is not a full-time job. The pay is minimum, and I didn't take the job for the pay, but some of us have to work. Matter of fact, I think all of us work. And so I would like to propose other options versus a 9 a.m. because yes, we could then take the meeting and go 9 till noon or 9 till 9, I suppose. But I think there was sound rationale why it was every first and third Monday of the month. And I don't see where I've sat through some council meetings till I think probably 2:15 in the morning, maybe 1 or 2 in my 3 years. And I get the fact that 10 o'clock, and often I have to work the next day, and I work in Stockton. So that's a long drive, but it hasn't been so problematic that I would suggest we change. But if we do, I would pose that option. Thank you.
So your option that you were proposing was to do 3 meetings a month and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilman Press.
I'm all for it. I love it. I think it's 9:13 right now, and it's like I'm already gone. I mean, well, not gone, but it's like this gets to be too much after a while. And we make important decisions for our city. We should be not that we're half asleep, but we should be able to think more clearly, I would say.
Councilman Wallace. Yes, I think it's not just for city council to make sure that we are
Right, but when we engage making some decisions, oftentimes I feel that because it's so late, sometimes we're not understanding the material properly. Many of us get up really early, just to go to work, and so it does impact not only that evening, but the next day as well. And I think we also have to think about our staff. There's several folks that commute out of the city to Los Baños or Seaside or other folks, other places. It does impact their lives and their livelihoods. It is dark. A lot of the roads are not well lit. Right now it's really raining. Sometimes we're impacted by floods or other things. And so it's not just us. The public also, it's really hard for the public to stay in for like 1 or 2 in the morning or 12 so that they can have input. So it's just not for us and our ability to make some decisions. It's also for our staff and the community people to engage in the process. Okay. So I mean, I don't have a problem with the 9 AM start time. I could make it work, but I understand that, you know, folks who do work, it might be problematic. My thought is we do have an issue though, that it's problematic either way. It is difficult when you're paying attention from the moment you get in and then 10 o'clock rolls around and your eyes are starting to go and you're trying to make, you know, this sometimes $1 million decisions. I don't like the idea of doing that when you're worn out. And we've had, I don't know, Councilman Burns, I guess you've been lucky because I haven't been here that long, but we've had a number of meetings go past midnight and I've been up till 3 and 4 in the morning trying to, you know, just chill after. So it does direct me for the next day. That said, suggested possible alternatives is to have an earlier start time, maybe at 5 o'clock instead of 6:30. Possibly doing a third meeting or just having a hard 10 o'clock stop regardless, and hopefully city manager can manage the agenda so that we don't have too many items left over that we'll have to go over. And maybe we do an optional third meeting when we get home. You know, it's complicated, but you know, I want to support everyone being able to, you know, participate, but I do think it isn't work either way. I don't know that it's going to work, you know, to do an outing, but I don't know that keeping it at 6:30 is working. You know, I don't know that we're getting our best after that time at 10:30. So, those are my thoughts. Councilmember DeSantis, did you want to add anything?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. After hearing everybody speak, all I heard mostly was, I this, I that. But we're not really here, we're here to do the people's business, and I don't hear anybody saying how changing the time to 9 AM is gonna affect the public participation. If we were to have a meeting at 9 AM, Mr. Principal Rios would not be able to be here. He has a school to manage and to do and to work for. I see this as an obstacle that's in the way of the public from participating in their local governing processes here. And it's not really about us. We chose to do this job. I love and I'm so passionate about doing this job. It's not about the money. It's really about representing the people. And when I heard everybody speak here, I didn't hear much of that. So that's what concerns me the most. Am I open to doing 3 meetings a month? Sure, why not? We've done it in the past. But aside from that, I think that there's other ways of managing the agenda and maximizing our time up here in a more efficient way. I don't know if we practice that as a council. I'll be honest with you. I really don't know if we practice that as a council, and I'm guilty of it too. So I would say that we probably should revisit what our practices are, but I would never suggest moving a city council meeting to 9 AM when 60-something% of the public already is a commuting out of here and not here in time to participate. We have a low turnout in participation already, so I see it as an obstacle in democracy and having them participate in. And I'm a teacher. You guys know that I've never missed a day of work this year. If this were to pass, then I wouldn't be able to go to work. I wouldn't be able to be there with my kiddos. I have to be here. And I would do it because I'm very dedicated to the cause here. But again, that's going to cause some more challenges for my kiddos and for the public, but it really comes down to the public, not how inconvenienced we are, I'll be honest. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So other alternatives could be, we don't meet in July, but yet we get paid for a month where we don't actually work as a council member on the dais. So I'm not saying we don't work as council members. And in January, we have one meeting. So there is potentially at least 3 more meetings we could have to spread out over the period of time. I will say when I worked for the city of Fresno, as I recall, city of Fresno's council met at 9 a.m. on Tuesdays. And there were times they would go until 7 or 8 p.m. And so, and they met weekly, but Fresno is not Hollister. It's the 5th biggest city in the state and it's over 500,000 people. So they have a lot more business, frankly. I've worked in other areas. I currently work now where the board meets on a weekday as well. And so, it's not inconceivable and they still get turnout for public comment. When there are things of interest, they will be there. If it's important enough, they will come. And so I see the value. I like your proposal though. Today, open session began at 6:30, closed session began at 5. And so maybe we move it down till 3 o'clock for a closed session. And, you know, I believe negotiations requires compromise and a good outcome as a result of a good compromise. And so I'm not opposed to less thing in time. I just don't see where 9 a.m. start on a Monday. You know, it works for me, frankly. I have 3 days off a week and fortunately one of them happens to be Monday. So it's not really about me or I, but I do think, there's a reason why it was Monday, every other Monday or every first and third. I think the rationale made sense. I think maybe just to bring the times down a little bit. We can try it. I mean, as I understand it, city attorney, we could amend the muni code as many times as we want to figure it out and get it right. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And so I think I'm open to compromise. But, you know, if you guys want to start it at 7:30 in the morning on Mondays, I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
I would, counter that with a 1 o'clock start. But I mean, if we're gonna start at 1, not to start at 1. So I'm good at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm fine with 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. I think we already add, like, we're gonna have a joint planning session for the planning commission. So we're always adding meetings, plus if we're gonna do more strategic planning, we're gonna be adding more meetings. We've oftentimes had Saturday meetings. So if people are worried about working, I work too, I can do that. I'm happy to hold the meetings on Saturday. I'm happy to be here at 7:30 as well. I think for me, it's challenging when it's like 10 or 11 or 12 o'clock at night, if we are looking to be of sound mind and make decisions that are clear. And be able to ask questions and to have community participation on that time, it's really difficult.
I think we do have to find some kind of a compromise. I'm not sure what that looks like. I don't think it's unheard of to start at 9 a.m. simply because, you know, our board of supervisors does it and they do get people coming in as you mentioned, Councilmember Burns, when it's important, they make the time when they come. So I don't think it's a hurdle from keeping anyone from coming, but I do understand that the other commitments people have. Again, I'm open to any of it because I have that flexibility in my schedule. But I do agree with Councilmember Morales, and it isn't about an I thing, it's about serving your community and being able to make sound decisions. Because if you're tired and you make a dumb decision, it can cost the city a lot of money. And I would rather be alert and be able to maintain and do it at a decent hour. So that's my 2 cents for it.
And as far as like, being concerned about losing time at work and stuff, let me tell you, if I don't go to work, I don't get money. I don't, you know what? So I'm taking the biggest hit here. So I think it's well worth it.
So what's the council? Like.
Move to approve.
Well, I work with the director.
I will do approve anyways. But you know what,
Is there-
I'm not opposed to changing the hour. I mean, 9 o'clock sounds good. Because that way staff can get their stuff done and maybe have a couple hours to do something. Catch up.
I honestly don't necessarily agree with that, Councilmember Perez. Because if they're here at 9 with us for the whole day, we've just now pretty much taken 20% of their work week or their regular workday away. And so,
depending on how long the meeting is.
well, historically, they tend to go 5 or 6 hours and sometimes longer. So I don't
On
know.
an 8-hour day. It's,
So,
or we could start later, and then they can work overtime.
which they're already doing.
Yeah, so that's.
So, but then department heads are salaries, aren't they? So actually, that's not true.
You sure?
I just got a lot of headbox saying, yeah, so,
No, I'm just saying, it's like, you didn't know their salary, really?
So are we saying, I mean, are we interested in any kind of a compromise? Are we willing to try an earlier start time at 4 or something like that?
What time are you going with work for?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, because I did hear you bring up a good point about coming on Saturday. I'm only coming on Saturday, and the reason I think it's better to come in on a Saturday than to change the time is because then the public is home, they're not working, they're not commuting. So they have, the opportunity to come in and say, either after they get home from work or during a Saturday. We have the ability to do that now with a special meeting. So that would be my suggestion. Let's do 2 Mondays and a Saturday. And see how that works.
Saturdays about.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Saturdays, in part because I don't always get to spend time with my husband and he was home on the weekends. So I need to give that up, and also I do attend a lot of events on weekends for the community and I don't want to lose those, so that's just my feelings.
I'm fine at 9,
I'm good at 9.
Monday at 9.
I'd say Monday at 3.
Monday at 11.
I'd say Monday at 4.
At 9.
Is there, is 3 or 4 a possibility for the council to send us? Is it,
I can be here at 4 o'clock every day without it conflicting with my work hours, my contracted work hours.
So could we try a 4 o'clock start time and?
That's fine.
Or fast stop at 10?
That's fine with me, but again, my only concern is public participation.
So, but I hear what you said, but if we start at 4, usually that's gonna be closed session and there is no public participation. We just come out and historically, it's usually about an hour. I mean, there could be a public comment at the beginning before going to closed session, but, and again, if it doesn't work, well, number one, if we have, I do agree with the mayor, hard stop at 10. And if we have business that rolls over, it rolls over. I mean, and so we'll have to figure out the priorities so that we get a succinct agenda to get the business done, because the city needs to function regardless of our schedule or the council meetings. And so I have seen a lot of things that have been put in consent, and sometimes I worry about some of them, but ultimately I think we've gone to a much more consent agenda oriented council in this past year, and I think that there's a lot of value to that. And so I think we just need to, we being me, speak less, listen more, and just move it forward. But I think a hard stop at 10 with a nice launch at 4, and worst case scenario, it doesn't work. And so we'll shift it. I think we have the capacity to do that. And so in my mind, either way, I'm leaving work early to be here. And so I don't care whether it's 9 a.m. but I think 4 is better, because then we're not going to monopolize the department heads Mondays as well. Because we do monopolize them now, but after they're already close to.
I'll just take the seat. If I may, so we're all changing the whole schedule because one teacher, he's a teacher, and he's the one that was just talking about how it's not about me. It's about serving. So what's wrong with 9 o'clock then? Why don't we start with 9 and see how that works?
I would say, and I can't speak for him, but I'm going to, apparently he's got a contract. And so I would believe he executed a contract under the good faith belief that council meetings were gonna start. The earliest one I've seen, I don't know, 4 maybe, but if he's under a contractual obligation, so now we're gonna change the rules for our convenience. I don't know that I can buy into that.
Well, with that, don't we have sick pay and time off and PTO and all those things in those contracts? Salary. I mean, I don't get paid. I'm not getting paid when I come here. I don't get paid when I'm gonna take time off. What's the big deal? I thought it wasn't about us. It's about the functioning of us to make decisions for our community. That's what it's about.
I'm not getting a lot of consensus here. And is there any will to try the 4 o'clock and see how that works? Or are we finally asked on 9 a.m.?
Madam Mayor, I think I did the consensus from the council before,
I'm fine with it. Worst case scenario is it doesn't work and we're having a follow-up conversation or we have more data that says it didn't work.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
one thing I didn't hear you discuss as you were going back and forth with the 4 o'clock start time, I think I heard, depending on closed session. Some cities do closed session at the end of the meeting as well, so that's something you could consider as well, because under our current setup now, if you had a 4 p.m. and we had an hour and a half of closed session and the meeting starts at 5:30 for the public. Right now, we have a standard time for the public, regardless of closed session, and work backwards from that. So if your aim was to complete sooner, one option is, closed session is your determination of whether you have it.
So are you saying to go to closed session, after the meeting? After 4 o'clock or after 6 o'clock meeting?
Well, the meeting is still going. It's a council discretion as to when you host your closed session.
I actually like that a lot because today was a perfect example. We were in closed session. We ran it past the 6:30 start, as I recall, it got real close. And so it gives us an opportunity to continue the closed session if we have a need to. But it also doesn't inconvenience the public to sit and wait if we do run over. And so I would like to try that as well. I think that's smart.
I wouldn't want to try that, but starting at 9.
So. I haven't heard you at all on options. As we will send this, do you have any items that you're willing to try? Of either of these 2 options.
What 2 options are on the table?
One was a 4 o'clock start time, and then there's another.
As opposed to keeping it to 6 o'clock, 6:30. So I said that I personally can make 9 or 4. I'll have to. I will figure it out. Contractually, I can be here at 4 without breaking my contract work lines. But my number one concern is public participation and how can we make sure that we're accommodating them, not necessarily just us. So I like the idea of Saturday. But if it's up to me, if you're just asking me, so you're saying you're willing to do 4, he's willing to do 4.
People willing to do 4, 2 people willing to do 9, so we could help with this. It's fine.
I don't think that we should change it, I'll be honest with you, I don't.
So we don't have any consensus then.
Nothing changes there.
It's frustrating, so, I mean, Roland attended committees, and they were doing the day, and then, you know, the contact.
What committees did I attend during the day?
Prior to.
Which committees are you talking about?
I don't.
It's not true.
They would start at 4.
No, he had all the committees that were in the evening, they set it up.
I'm willing to look at 3 or 4, I just don't want to end up back to the same, you know, we're done at 10, and then we go to closed session until, you know, whatever. What would be the hard stop that if we started? And if we have closed session. It's still going to stop at 10. For closed session as well, everything, I don't, I'm stretching it beyond. So then we'll be done that, we have to stop it at 11.
Well, we could leave closed session first and have a hard stop at 10. And I'm fine. If you want to do 3, I'll do 3.
Yeah, I'm better with 3. I think that way we just are not running into the same issue. So we're looking, if we look at the problem statement, and if we end up back where we always were, it doesn't, the solution doesn't matter. If you want to do 3, I'm open to do 3. I can do 3 or 4, so, I'm fine with that, but I would try to stop at 10. And then just see how it goes, to see how it's scheduled, if we get things done or not, or do you have to do it for meetings, so whatever.
Then why don't we start at 2, that way we have a 10-hour, 8-hour period
I
to.
think anytime you go beyond 6 hours for a meeting where you're having to concentrate, it doesn't matter. Even if it's earlier in the day, I mean, it wears you out. So I think.
It's got a big room for a while.
Yeah, I've been trying to do it, but it does get pretty tiring after about 6 hours. So I just think 4 to 10, let's do a hard stop and see how that works. And we can change it if we decide earlier is better. It's not part of the stone, but there's a chance to find something new. 4 to 10 or 3 to 10.
I can take either or. I really don't care.
Can we do 3?
And as a reminder, Madam Mayor, I'm contractually able to be here. I'm not breaking my contract at 4 p.m. That gives me 15 minutes to get to work from like 2 there. Just putting that out there.
So why don't we try 4 and see if it works? And if it doesn't, we roll it down.
You know what, hey, Roland, what time do you want to start? Let's just start at whatever time you want. That's what we're saying. So you guys, it's ridiculous. I lose money out anyway. So are you guys gonna pay for my customers? Pay my wage? Because you're watching out for him.
Well, I don't think it's watching out.
Oh, yeah.
We have
That's
contracts, and
perception.
also children. My daughter is a teacher, and when she's out, it is a problem, so I hate to have him be out twice a month on a regular basis, that I do, you know, I am concerned about the kids, so I wouldn't want to interfere with the school day. If we could try 4 o'clock and see if it becomes an issue and a problem, then we can change it, and we can talk about it earlier. But I think we do have to consider everybody, so.
Really?
Yep. Can we give this a try or not? What's the?
I'm fine. It's 4 to 10 hard stop.
Yeah, 4 to 10 is fine. Okay.
So,
Madam Mayor, if we can get some clarity for when we bring it back. So right now we have it in our, the regular meeting starts at 4:30 and then or at 6:30, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna move it up.
And then we work backwards for our closed session. So if we are saying 4 o'clock, is that your regular meeting? And if so, under the current practice, closed session would start before. So we would need direction on basically, I mean, if you want every meeting to start at 4, we're basically doing closed session at the end.
Yeah, I'm a little tired. When we're tired.
Thanks, David. I thought we had. I know we have to consider closed session.
Yeah, because that's a time certain for the public.
So one other thing you could do is start your meeting at 4, closed sessions, it's to be part of your regular meeting. It doesn't have to be a special meeting for closed session. Closed session starts at 4. As soon as closed session is done, you go out to your regular meeting, and that could be 15 minutes, it could be half an hour, it could be an hour and a half. Some cities do that.
So closed session at 4.
Or there's no close session.
And then, yeah, if there's no closed session, you
Don't
go,
have to let, just don't we have to let the public know when meetings are gonna start?
it will start at 4.
So.
And they would wait, just like they waited tonight for however long, or other times when you've gone till 7 for your closed session. That's just an option.
So one of the things in another jurisdiction where I have worked, they start their meeting and they'll go through public comment, and then they will typically take consent items, and then they will break for closed session, and then they'd often come back an hour or two later and begin again.
And that is, I've seen communities do that as well, with closed session in the middle.
Supervisors do that, so.
And it works.
No, we could do that, and then that way, if we don't get to items after, and it won't make us be later, and we can start before.
Typically, you see them doing that in your daytime meetings, because they're typically working on lunch as part of closed.
You can do that. You can like that. Like that idea. All right, so we'll try the 40-10 with the break in another for the session. Is that what we're doing? Yes.
And for you, how would you?
I have, it'll be a little challenging for logistics, but yes, it'll be 4 o'clock regular meeting. First and third Monday still, right?
Yes.
Unless it's a holiday, and then it falls to the next Tuesday.
Which it stays a regular meeting, and thank you for putting that in the code. It makes my life a lot easier.
And just as a reminder, this is an ordinance revision, so it wouldn't take effect until after we bring it back twice, and then 30 days after that.
So. All right, so we're gonna move on then to item 5. Resolution number 2024-14, resolution of the City Council, City of Hollister approving an agreement for out of jurisdiction sewer service and directing staff to make an application to local agency formation commission, LAPSCO, for the city to provide sewer services outside of its jurisdictional boundaries, but within the sphere of influence.
Thank you, City Council, Peter Freeman, Senior Planner. The item before you tonight is to consider a resolution that would establish that cities would provide sewer services to the property located at 930 Hillsborough Road, located outside of the cities of Hollister's jurisdictional boundary, but within the sphere of influence upon the authorization of the LAPSCO Agency Formation Commission. The city of Hollister received an application back in September 15th, 2022 to provide sewer services outside of the city's jurisdiction. On the city's jurisdictional boundary. But within the city's sphere of influence for the property, as mentioned, 930 Hillcrest. You'll be able to see it on this map. It's indicated with the HTN as well. The property is located within a county island, which is surrounded by the city, and it's contiguous to the city limits along its western boundary. The parcel itself is approximately 0.28 acres with an existing 984 square foot single family residence, a 1,596 square foot shop, and a 638 square foot detached garage on site. It's currently being served by a septic tank and a leach field. The owners have stated that the existing septic tank does not meet current environmental health standards, and that there's no room for the property to install an additional line in the future. The request is to be able to tie into the city's sewer services before the septic tank fails and the leach field becomes an emergency to public health in a safety situation, and a further threat to groundwater. The nearest sanitary sewer connection is a 12-inch line that's located in the front of the property in Hillcrest Road, as you'll see on this slide. The resolution before you tonight will approve an agreement with the property owner of 930 Hillcrest Road for the provisions of service. The agreement includes a provision for non-protest of future annexation when they're called upon by the city. Additionally, it's noted that the city is agreeing to provide services to the existing residents on the property as is described. The agreement does not authorize further development of the property and utilization of the city's sewer services for any such development. If approved by the city council, the resolution authorizes staff to prepare and submit out of jurisdiction sewer application to LAFCO on behalf of the property owner for this request. That concludes my report. Staff is recommending that city council approve the resolution, allowing the staff to move forward and take the application forward to LAFCO.
Two questions from council. Councilmember Sanders, any questions? Councilmember Brown?
I think what would it take to move forward with the annexation of this property? It seems like it should be within the city, or city boundaries anyway. I understand it's an incorporated, isolated property, but, and I heard you say that they wouldn't oppose it. So why wouldn't we just do that?
That's correct. I'm gonna defer to my manager just because this is a whole county island. We don't typically take in one property, so I'll already discuss what it would look like if we were taking in several other.
Thank you.
entities like that.
Yes, so the application to annex, we could apply for one property if the city doesn't have any current procedures beyond a general plan policy to try to incorporate islands, but you would need to get a majority vote of all the property owners. So if we were being directed by the council, I would recommend that there be a significant outreach effort to the community in the island to identify what annexation would mean. A lot of times there's confusion about, you know, if you need to hook up the sewer right away or hook up to city utilities. That's not necessarily the case, but part of the policies in the current, but also more strict in the proposed general plan update is to really kind of have a city effort to annex some of these islands. So for the annexation of this individual property, it would just be an application. I don't know that there's necessarily a LAFCO pro or con. It's a pro of annexing a small portion of an island, but it's a con that you're technically leaving an island. It's a little bit of a gray area in LAFCO law. Technically, the formation of islands is not allowed in LAFCO law. So I think some of these islands came about from protests of other annexation areas. And so they ended up getting kind of grouped together as parts and parcels around next, and they did not. So as far as the process, it'd be the same generally as any other annexation, but you have to look at, there's a lot of different property owners involved in these islands, the small portions, and then you look at owners who want to annex versus owners who don't, and percentages of land and those types of things. It's definitely easier when you have one parcel, one property owner who's willing, but as the city potentially enters into these out of jurisdiction service agreements, and then you have that non-protest clause in this recordings against the property, then you might have a better chance at annexing.
Fair enough, thank you.
And council, if I could, this single annexation request, it's a city employee that owns that property. Just wanted it to be fully transparent.
Yes, questions? Do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have one public speaker for Carson Power.
Good evening, council, and thank you for your consideration and hopeful approval of this item. I'd like to thank staff for all the work on this. As you can see, the number of the application is 2022-1, so this one's been going for a bit. Different iterations, different other things got approved along the way, and I think all of the work that you've done with jurisdiction has led us to this situation. So hopefully we can get this kind of at least started to be put to bed. The Canals have signed the document, so they're okay with the terms. It's probably not for this deal, but it is what it is. And we'd like to move forward and get this taken care of and get them off of that old small septic system that just like most of their neighbors have septic systems that are too small and will never be approved under the new guidelines. So I do think this is it's good for the applicant. I think it's good for the environment, and I think it's good for the city to have, more ratepayers coming online that should be paying already. So I think my personal perspective is that if you can, I think it's in your general plan update that you at some point should annex these islands. It doesn't make a lot of sense to leave them out there. People don't know who they're being served by. People tend to do kind of weird stuff when they're not really to code with what they have, because if they come out and say, hey, I need a permit, they say, well, you can't get a permit, which is kind of why we are here where we are, because they wanted to expand the system, but not enough room. So hopefully this is just another step toward fixing some of the jurisdiction issues we have. And I'll be here with you guys kind of thinking of that process. So if you have any questions, again, thanks so much for taking this afternoon.
Those are all the public comments we have for this evening. Okay, for the deliberation from council, Councilmember Sanders, any thoughts? Councilmember Flores?
I would like to maybe explore annexation of that island when staff has time. I recognize it's not a high priority given the other work, but it makes perfect sense. And if we do have a property where the septic is failing, usually they have a life expectancy, and my sense is we're going to be going down this path again, and if this is a 2-year process, this is did I hear it correctly, 2201? 2002.
It's
2020, yeah, so, the witching hour apparently. And so, yeah, I'd like to see that, and I'd like to make a motion to approve. Thank you.
Any further deliberation or comments? And the second on this motion? Second. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Yes, no, carries 5-0. Thank you. And that takes us to our community assignments. Councilmember Burns, do you have any committees you want to report on?
I don't, but after the meeting, I do want to talk with you about some that I'm waiting to hear on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any meetings?
No.
Councilmember Morales. With AMBEC, we are going to be, we created a committee to do community outreach and engagement, for vulnerable populations. So we will be meeting with the CEO to create a work plan. So we're looking forward to providing opportunities to the residents of Hollister for equality and electrification of projects. Just wanted to report, we had our College Highway 25 workshop, which was an all-day workshop. And we had the team from Caltrans District 5 in, as well as some consultants and other state folks. So we got quite a history lesson on the decades of work on Highway 25 and kind of where we're at now and trying to find a path to move forward. One of the things we learned is that there's been significant changes at the state level, which impact the Highway 25 expansion project, especially involving the impacts of the travel. It used to be calculated by level of service, and now it looks at vehicle miles traveled. So we have to find ways to mitigate those impacts. On an expansion project like this, we have to look at things like public transit and rail and other ways of offsetting GHG. So that there's going to have to be some shifting there. And what we learned is that in order to get the funding that we're going to need, we have to, if we really want to get funded, we have to look at this and figure out something. So we may have to make some modifications, and we're not sure what that's going to look like. The current ticket, it's expanded quite a bit in cost. So they're talking about somewhere between 600 and 800 million. So of course, it's going to have to be completed in segments, which we had already started for this one segment of, and we'll have more information to share with the public soon. And then I think there's going to be an input, like a community meeting to gather input from the residents, and as we start to move forward and start to redesign or look at it again. So that was that. So.
Can I ask a quick question about that?
Sure.
Was it 200 million before and it jumped all the way to 6 to 8? Is that What am I saying?
Say it again.
I thought it was 220 million, 220
Well,
million.
maybe 3 years ago.
And it's all the way to
Current
600.
estimate is 600, $800 million, yeah. So
Okay.
we definitely can't do that with no 50%. We're gonna have to get some funding, so, but more to come on it. So now council reports, council member Resendez.
Nothing too much to report. I just want to say thank you to the Public Works Department, when it's raining and trees are going down. I think about you guys out there, that don't get to stay home with their families. They're out there cleaning up our streets and picking up all these trees and branches. So thank you for your hard work and dedication to keep us nice and safe.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few items. So, I've recently been contacted by a person that lives on San Benito Street and, another concerned citizen about the speeding once they hit the traffic light, there in front of Country Roads. And so I would like to see some action on that. It seems like it's a drag strip, and I've not only heard that from this individual, but others as well. I don't know how we slow it down. My understanding is there may be an engineering report on it already, but I would like to have an update on that at some point if the council is so supportive. Also received a contact from a constituent in Sunny Slope that is reporting reoccurring thefts at the gang mailboxes that are apparently being broken into. And as I recall, we do have cameras on both ends of Beverly. And so I would hope that the PD maybe could take a look at that to see if there's a way to figure out who's responsible. I wanted to talk for a moment about animal control as well. I recently got an opportunity to contribute to the Monterey County SPCA as a nonprofit. I will be doing that because I'm committed to that. But my question is, I know as a city agency, we're not a nonprofit, but it seems like a great way to raise money for underfunded or historically challenged financial programs. I don't know how we could work that into our animal control, but it seems like a brilliant idea because there are people that do want to give money that are passionate about animals. And so I'm happy to share what that actually looks like if anybody is interested. I do want to take a moment to thank the San Benito County Planning Commission for doing the right thing, in my opinion, as it relates to, not an environmental report for the hazardous or the dump expansion. Thank you. I'm hoping that the board will do likewise, or at least let folks vote to make that decision. But thank you, Planning Commission, for the county. I think you did a great job and you really vetted it before you pulled the trigger. Also, would like to know more about what the Bulldog Boxing's needs are, because I absolutely have an appetite to find a way to help take care of some of their expenses. This county has shown a will to do that. And so I think as a council, I'd like to hear more about what that looks like. You've seen the results stand before us today, and those are the champions, but there's a lot of kids that are caught up in that, and that's a great program, has been for decades. And so I'd like to figure out how to make that even more successful if we can as a council. I know they're nonprofit, so. Also would like to have an update on the SNP bus. That kind of thing just caught me by surprise. And I'm not really sure what the contract is versus what it was before, but I understand their passion. I also understand why when you're going to spay or neuter an animal, that's the perfect time to give them the vaccinations as well. And so I would like to know more about that because I would like to support to some degree if there's a challenge. I think there are ways to get to a better position if I could clearly understand what our current position is as a city. And then finally, I would like to ask this council to consider creating an ad hoc committee for cannabis, and I would like to sit on that committee, and I would also suggest that Councilmember Morales, if she has the capacity, be involved in that as well. And so that will complete my comments for tonight. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, let's go to press.
I agree with about boxing. Also, I'd like to see if they could switch positions on with handbag with Dolores Morales. And the rest, you said something else. Oh, the SNP bus, yeah, I'd like to hear more about that too.
So I attended a couple of different events. One was by an organization called Proximity, where they had, are celebrating diversity and talking, and normalizing conversations about race. So just want to, say that they did a phenomenal job. I hope, February, I'll say 2nd of 2025 is our next event. I hope that we can help promote that event next year. Also, there was an event by the Hollister High School on robotics. There was employers and, high schoolers that demonstrated their skill sets. That was very nice to see kind of our community show up and support them. Also went to a swearing in ceremony for new leadership. So the San Diego Lodge number 211. I just want to say that I was kind of embraced by the community, kind of like a community hub. It was such a beautiful and loving environment. In all my years in community service, I've never experienced anything like this. So I just wanted to say thank you to their leaders and learn about their services and hope we can partner in the spirit of serving our community. And their act of their love language is act of service. So that's beautiful. I think we heard very nicely. I also wanted to wish the community a happy New Year, which is February the 10th this weekend. And also February marks the Black History Month. So I hope we can also celebrate. I don't know if we do a proclamation or I don't know what we do as a city. Can we do something? So that will be an ask for council to declare February Black History Month. I'm going to be asking for the council to consider having AIR, which is Government Alliance on Race and Equity, be part of the city's leadership program. And basically it's a framework for government to normalize, organize, and operationalize, looking at race equity work and the contributions of government. And as Rick had mentioned, it is really important that we align MBAG and COG. So depending on whether Mayor Casey has a capacity, we do need to align COG and MBAG. They're Wednesdays at 6 o'clock. I'm happy to take it, but if it seems suitable for you to go to that, both COG and MBAG need to be there. I also wanted to again thank the fire department, our community service department head, and all of the staff, the city manager, staff for the fire. Still hearing how people feel really supported, communication, the support, the work. We're still hearing it in the community. I also wanted to recognize members of the community. I haven't fully identified, but I do want to do a formal recognition for the people that volunteered for that, for the fire. One in particular is Margaret Barber, but I know there's a lot of key community players that played a role in just helping and supporting the city and just supporting our community.
Yeah. So before I start, I have to ask the clerk, I asked you about proclamation and I didn't write it down. So if you have that, I'll go through my list and then you can tell me at the end. So I did attend quite a few events actually. I went to the Gatlin College topping out ceremony. And it's amazing that they have the framework up and we were able to sign the very last beam and then it was lifted into place on the crane, which was pretty exciting. So they're really making progress, and so hopefully we'll be seeing a new campus before we know it. I went to an event called Indigenous Voices at the Epicenter, and it featured a filmmaker photographer named Curdy Bassendine, who's been creating short films documenting and interacting with different tribes in California. And she shared short films that featured some of our local Indigenous leaders, like Val Lopez of the Amat Mutsun tribe, Canyon Sayers Root, and Marie Sayers of the Indian Canyon Mutsun band of Postanoan Ohlone people. It was a really interesting
event, and she was actually up in San Francisco at the DeYoung Museum. She had an exhibit there before she came here and shared with us, so it was pretty exciting. I also attended it was the Freemasons, San Benito Lodge that Councilmember Morales mentioned. I was also at that. They were installing their new officers, and it was really nice, very formal ceremony, and it was in our iconic clock tower building, which they happen to own. So it was really fabulous to be in there and to see this. And I have to agree with Councilor Morales that the group is incredible, and they're very welcoming, and much like the Elks and Rotarian groups, they're all about service. And I had not only the outgoing Grandmaster, but the incoming Grandmaster offer to help and volunteer. And I did kind of steer them towards Jovenes because I know they're always looking for volunteers. So maybe getting contacted by some of them, but they want to help the city. They're trying to get out there. So there's that. I did also attend the high school's technology day. It was at Stradivari Innovation Center, and it was really incredible seeing all the students work and the robotic programs and software programming they were doing, and then kind of going from the students' work to, they had colleges there, they had Gatlin, and they had UC Merced there talking about pathways that the students could, for higher ed. And then we had businesses there. We had Technova and Granite Rock, and there was a company called Blue River Technologies that I was particularly interested in because they create robotics and AI kind of things around tractors. And John Deere just bought them, and they're looking to expand a little. So we had a nice conversation about how great it would be if they did that in Hollister. So since ag tech is something we're interested in. So there was that. And I also attended the proximity event, which is fabulous. This is the second year they've done it, and it's part of the Black History Month events that they're starting to do. They have a wonderful group called Kumba, which is a dance and drum group. And again, we had those great discussions around equity and shared experiences. So it was a really cool event. The one other meeting that I thought might be worth talking about is I did sit down with Speaker Rivas last week. We had a cup of coffee and talked about RENA numbers. And I shared some of what we had discussed about how large our numbers are compared to surrounding cities, and discussed how the calculations don't seem quite right. And the difficulties we have with some of the conflicting priorities of the state around wanting us to build housing, but also preserve agriculture, and our need for infrastructure and expanding Highway 25. So we talked about all of that. He did tell me that a lot of the jurisdictions across the state are having the same difficulties around RENA and the calculations. So it is being looked at, no promises. But he also took kind of an outline that I created for him about kind of our situation, and he was going to share it. He has an aide who works directly with Housing and Community Development Office, so they're going to he's going to have her or him or her, I don't know, follow up with that office. So we'll see what comes of it. But one of the things I did discover, which was a little discouraging in trying to prepare for that meeting, is that we had the RENA numbers did come before COG, and I'm not sure what transpired, but they came before COG in 2022, and the COG board voted to approve those numbers. And there actually is an appeal process for pushing back at that time. There's like a 45-day period or something, and that didn't happen. So we're kind of out of the appeals process. So I'm not sure if we can do anything with our numbers, but I'm not going to give up. So I'll just keep talking to people until someone maybe listens. And the only other thing I have to add is that tomorrow I'm going to be a judge on the championship spelling bee at the Vets Hall. So that's going to be kind of fun. As far as the things mentioned, the Bulldog boxing, I am absolutely supportive of Zeke Lopez and the work he's done. I can tell you that I've had conversations with him, and I do know that he pays not only for the boxing lessons for a lot of the younger kids, but he also pays to take them on these events, puts them up in hotels and things, and that's where a lot of his expenses, where he's trying to raise money and does fundraisers and things. So there is definitely a need there. I know he struggles with trying to provide for all the kids and not turn anybody away. I would also like to agree with Councilmember Burns on the animal replacement vest contract and learn a little more about what's changed and if we can do some kind of vaccinations. I'm in support of an ad hoc committee for cannabis. And the proclamation, do you remember what it was for?
Yes, it's for the San Benito Health Foundation's Give Kids a Smile event on February 23rd.
Yes, so if we could get an okay for that, we could prepare it.
And did you want a proclamation or a certificate?
Yeah, I think we were getting proclamations, so I'd love to do that if we could. And as far as AMBIC, switching, I'm fine with that, if the council is fine with it, switching, Councilmember Perez with Councilmember House. That's it.
So I'm just gonna go through my notes and make sure I've captured everything. Bear with me. So Councilmember Burns, you had mentioned the speeding on San Benito. That is something we're looking at, and we brought something before you. It's one of the studies we'll be doing, so that work's underway. The animal control or looking at nonprofit exploration, so that's something that is, the council would like Chief and I to take a look at. Come back with something, initial findings. Seems to.
Can you remind me what that was about again?
So some agencies will form their own nonprofit as a fundraising vehicle to accept donations. A nonprofit that helps support missions. Or there's a part.
Yeah. Sure.
For Bulldog Boxing, 3 comments about it. I heard 3 comments about the SNP bus. Just to add some clarification to the comments that were made earlier. The existing contract before was March of 22 through June 23, 2023. That contract did not get fully expended. We did do a no-cost extension to get them through the end of December. That was a contract at $3,600 per month with no vaccines. Looking right at the contract right now. We multiple times mentioned that the contract was over come December 31st, and we're going to renegotiate, look at that. We did receive a bill, maybe January 1st or 2nd for services being rendered 3 weeks from that date for a January clinic. We informed them that they were out of contract and to work with us. That also had, they had also billed us for a clinic, I want to say in November or December, that had vaccines on it and was a higher price than the contracted amount. And so we rejected those. We pay at the level that we contract at, regardless if costs have gone up from the time that they sign the contract or not. We have a duty to the citizens, the residents of the community to hold our vendors to the contract that they sign. So that's where that confusion came in. In the contract that Chief Reynoso has been working on, it's actually been going back and forth for signature today. That's at $3,750 for a clinic. There was not vaccines included in that. There was a comment that vaccines are required. That's required of owners, if I am correct. There's not a condition in our ordinance that it's required of feral cats. Feral cats do not have owners. And he also asked, as part of the contract, to receive a brief listing of where those cats were located from and the number of cats, and to have a system in place to track them. So we're not capturing maybe the same cat over and over again. That's a possibility that would maybe rare. So that was what was asked of our chief in the process. And that vaccine rate went from $3,600 to the contract that's in front of us is $3,750. So that contract's actually within my authority. So if that is something that I'm hearing to hold on, that's something we can take a step back, or we're going to have to, negotiate an amendment to the contract if they go ahead and execute it, because it's been rotated or being circulated for signature. So there may have been vaccines in the past that were being provided. They may have been being paid, But as we're working with our finance department and going through and comparing invoices of our vendors to the contracts that are signed, we will reject invoices that are not aligned with the payments that we negotiated and executed. Councilmember Morales had a request to do a proclamation for Black History Month for the month of February. You mentioned a particular program, GARE, and I wasn't sure exactly. So a presentation on the program to the council. Okay, so spread that news to the group that came and presented it for us. A recognition for those involved in the response to fire, the community volunteers. Proclamation for the Health Foundation Day that Jennifer had mentioned. Switching Councilmember Perez and Morales on the AMBAG assignment.
Just to clarify, Councilmember Perez will take handbag, and I'm gonna take this handbag. It sounds similar. Okay.
So AMBAG, Councilmember Perez, and BAG. To Councilmember Morales. And then an ad hoc committee for cannabis. It had been mentioned in a previous item, Councilmember Burns and Morales, but at this point, I just heard support for an ad hoc. So I would ask that if that is the will of the council to, is it Councilmember Burns and Morales? And that is all I have for the items. A few of the other ones you had, Mayor Casey, were the third vote. So that is it.
So you have to report.
And nothing to report this.
Okay. And this is information in the draft concepts. Comments on previous requests.
That's just the council project list.
It's just so we don't talk about that. So could I get a motion to adjourn then? All those in favor?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Meeting's now adjourned.